Assalamualaikum. Hello and a very good afternoon to all. My name is Adi Effendi, your host for today. And on behalf of the joint organizers, Malaysian Literacy in Financial Education Association, or MyLIFE, Money Compass Media Group, Max Capital Management, You Learn Money, and Chile Wang, with supporting institutions John Partners Academy Limited, or JPA, and Indonesia International Institute for Life Sciences, and also not forgetting our supporting universities, Multimedia University, Manipal International University, and University Science Islam Malaysia. I would like to wish a warm welcome to our distinguished guests of honor, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you here today, right here in this Zoom platform, as well as watching through Facebook. Thank you for joining the MyLIFE Financial Literacy ASEAN Forum 2021. Now, I will first begin with some housekeeping and friendly reminders to all of our guests here today. I believe that many of us by this time are very familiar with the Zoom virtual room environment. But nevertheless, I'll start by giving a simple briefing that may benefit those who are probably new to Zoom. First, we would love to have your microphones put on mute, please. Now, if you look at the bottom left of your screen, you can see a microphone icon. Just click on it, and until there's a slash that cuts across the microphone, that's when you are muted. Yeah. So we will let you control your microphone setting, but please, we would like to have you keep your microphones muted at all time. This is to ensure that the speakers can have their presentations done without any interruptions. That said, though, we would love to see all of your beautiful and good-looking faces out there. So I would like to ask everyone to please turn on your videos throughout this entire forum from start to the end, yeah, because it would just make a whole lot of difference, a world of difference, if you can actually see faces instead of just black boxes at the screens. Yeah? So just click on the start video, also at the bottom left of the screen. Just click on the start video button to make sure that all of your faces are there for everyone to see. Because one more thing is that ever so often we will the management here, we'll take screenshots of the room. So it would be nice to actually have your face on it. And who knows, one day we might bump into each other in real life. It would be good to be able to put a face to the name. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged to be sharing the same cyberspace with 15 thought leaders from 6 ASEAN nations. So what's going to happen in the next few hours? Let's take a look at our agenda. After the welcoming speeches from the partners of this amazing event, we have lined up for you prominent speakers who will share with you on topics relevant to the forum. We will hear from 4 keynote speakers. Firstly, from Professor Technologist Dr. Saravanan Mutaya from MMU, and on the topic of financial literacy for retirement. After that, we will then hear from our second keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Sofian Iskandar, on the topic of financial inclusion amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. We will also have Dr. Nguyen Pong Lan from Vietnam, with the topic of financial sustainability from the Vietnam perspective, as well as Dr. Shaista Wasiu Zaman from Brunei, who will share her insights from the Brunei perspective. Wow! Amazing topics to be delivered by incredible keynote speakers. Now, aside from that, we will also have 2 panel discussions featuring amazing panelists who will share their insights on financial literacy, which affects every facet of our society. Now, throughout of these keynote speaker sessions and also the panel sessions, I'm sure that you all have questions that you'd like to ask. If you do so, now we would like you to please send a private message to 2 amazing people here. If you were to look at the participation participation list, you'll see 2 people that's labeled co-host 1 Mandy and co-host 2 Brandon. Co-host 1 Mandy and co-host 2 Brandon. If you have any questions, send them a private message. Yeah, send private messages to co-host 1 Mandy and co-host 2 Brandon using the chat box that you will be able to see on your screen right now. Now, we will take note of your questions and they will be answered during the Q&A segment of each session if time permits. Now, all these in the next 4 hours. So yes, hopefully the event today will run smoothly and on time. All right, that's it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, let us first watch a multimedia presentation from the organizers.
Personally, and on behalf of the organization, I would like to say a big thank you to all my friends that have been giving me your trust and strong support for the formation of MyLIFE. The MyLIFE initiative began when we realized that many Malaysians, including young people and underprivileged groups, are struggling with financial issues. Financial illiteracy is one of the causes of continual poverty. Low financial literacy means that one will not be able to manage their finances properly. Hence, high rates of credit card defaults, money scams, bankruptcies, and other money-related stress are becoming more common among this generation and the B40 group, or the group earning the bottom 40% of income. However, it must be said that wealth is not only measured by money alone, but by our shared values and ethics as well. We believe that the most powerful social change is through mindset change and education. Though our task is not easy, it will be meaningful and rewarding, as elevating the financial literacy of this generation will give a positive impact to nation building and empowering Malaysian society. We pledge to contribute our efforts through every efficient channel possible. In the spirit of community and brotherhood, we welcome people from all walks of life to join us as a member to contribute their involvement to make this world a better place. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, here to say a few words to welcome you here today, I would now like to invite the beautiful lady who was in the previous video, the founding chairman of MyLIFE, Miss Amy Seok.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, Amy, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to our excellent MC, Adi Effendi. A very good afternoon to all the VIP guests and VIP guests. A very good afternoon to our guest of honor today, Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri Ramachandran, Senior Eminent Advisor of MyLIFE Association, Joint Organizer, Datuk Yahya Nordin, Chairman of YulanMoney.com, our Joint Organizer, Professor Max Shankar, CEO of MCM Max Capital Management, Mr. Steve Teo, Eminent Founding Advisor of MyLIFE Association, Datin, Committee and members from MyLIFE Association, financial institutions, financial associations, universities, members of the media. Also not forgotten, our team, Mr. Lucas Wong, COO of Yulan Money, all my colleagues at Money Compass Media Group, representatives from all the financial institutions. And today, especially, I would like to extend a big thank you to all our speakers. They are Professor Saravanan Mutia from Multimedia University and Dr. Shaista, Assistant Professor of University Technology Brunei. So allow me to mention them because they are so important today. They are sharing their wonderful contents and on the financial literacy topics. So Dr. Nguyen D. Bong Lan, Senior Lecturer of Multimedia University. Dr. Nur Shuhada Kamaruddin, Senior Lecturer of University Science Islam Malaysia. And Mr. Ang Kao Yo, Director of John Partners Academy from Myanmar. And Mr. Law Xiu Ming, Head of Students Affairs from Manipur International University. Mr. Subramaniam, Lecturer of Manipur International University. Dr. Wan Rashida, Lecturer from University Science Islam Malaysia. Dr. Muhammad Sofian Iskandar, Lecturer from IPL School of Business Indonesia. Our Mr. Brandon Ng, a moderator, and also our MyLIFE Honorary Secretary, our founding committee, and Mr. Jason Kui, our moderator today as well, and also our MyLIFE Assistant Honorary Secretary and our founding committee. I want to express a big and warm welcome to everyone and thank you for attending this special virtual event. Today, we will discuss the situation in ASEAN countries, particularly highlighting on emerging financial challenges, financial inclusion and opportunity amidst this pandemic, and also providing recommendations for ASEAN as well as local communities on how to ensure the nations to take positive steps towards elevating our financial literacy on gaining financial freedom. With a theme of financial literacy in the time of pandemic, what lesson have we learned? This Financial Literacy ASEAN Forum today is an extraordinary initiative headed by MyLIFE Association, or known as Malaysia Literacy in Financial Education Association, together with Max Capital Management and Yulen Money, as well as supported by the esteemed partners of John Partners Academy, I3L School of Business Indonesia, Multimedia University, Manipur University, University Science Islam Malaysia, and University Technology Brunei. The Malaysia Literacy and Financial Education Association MyLIFE was founded in the year 2019 by a group of like-minded professionals who take ownership and proactive action to commence initiatives in elevating financial literacy amongst Malaysians through education. MyLIFE strongly supports the Malaysia National Financial Literacy Strategy 2019-2023. It is committed at the working level to help effective implementation of the national strategy set up by the Financial Education Network (FEN), which is spearheaded by Bank Negara Malaysia and Security Commission Malaysia. Our online financial literacy education platform, Yulen Money, has been consistently one of the strong supporters and collaborators of the Financial Education Network. Our vision together is to nurture everyone to be a responsible citizen who can make informed judgment and take effective decisions regarding the use and management of finance. I would like to express my strong concern of the financial obstacles in times of pandemic. It cannot be denied that the COVID-19 has had a massive and devastating effect on economies everywhere and all walks of life, especially the young generation and the B40 community. Today, the half-day 4-hour event comes with a very series of top trending financial literacy topics. We will have thought leaders and key speakers from 6 ASEAN countries with us. Among the topics to be discussed during this online forum are financial inclusion amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, B40 and M40 challenges, financial sustainability, learning from the unexpected and changing from within, the case of Vietnam, saving and investing in Myanmar during the COVID-19 pandemic, and financial literacy among Malaysians during COVID-19 pandemic. As one of our important event objectives today also is to foster the importance of financial literacy among the society. Therefore, I would like to invite everyone to join MyLIFE ASEAN Network Initiative, stand for MANI, short form money, in hopes that this can be a stepping stone or an important cornerstone for all of us to work hand in hand together towards elevating financial literacy among the ASEAN nations. I would like to invite my colleagues to show a few slides so I can interpret a little bit on this initiative. So the in short form called MANI, MANI, MyLIFE ASEAN Network Initiative. We wish to expand this beautiful initiative into ASEAN 10 countries. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. We wish to spreading the ideology and philosophy to ASEAN region by inviting regional membership, country membership, and we will conduct quarterly regional roundtable. Next slide, please. So in this initiative, we believe we can foster a very good fellowship and also a very good community that we can always come together to talk about the crucial contents about financial literacy and how we can make a better world. So, and to making this success, we should have a platform which we are able to effectively channel the content and also the knowledge. So next slide, please. And we are also inviting 10 ASEAN partners to join yulenmoney.com. Okay. So thanks to my colleague. So I think next I would like to thank you. You can stop share already. So thanks to all. Even at the last note, I hope that this event will bring a fruitful impact towards nation building as well as empower our ASEAN society by elevating our financial literacy as a whole. With MyLIFE Financial Literacy ASEAN Forum 2021 today, we hope that good financial values, goals, and decisions can be taught and developed amongst all of us. Hence, again, I would like to thank each of you for coming today to make this event so successful to this online forum and wish all of you a meaningful time during the event. Thank you. Back to you, MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Amy Siok, for the wonderful welcome speech. Now, for those who are interested to join the MyLIFE membership, please click the link or scan the QR code as you can see on the screen right now. You may also refer to the chat box to fill up the application form. Yeah, that's the MyLIFE membership application form, and you can be a part of the MyLIFE journey. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the more prominent and generous partners of this event is Max Capital Management. Without their support, none of this would be made possible. Here to welcome you, it gives me great honor to invite the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Max Capital Management, Adjunct Professor Max Shankar.
Thank you, Eddie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Financial Literacy ASEAN Forum 2021, jointly organized by MyLIFE, Money Compass, You Learn Money, and MCM. I'm Max Shankar, Group CEO of MCM. I'm honored to be part of today's forum. Today's theme, Financial Literacy in Time of Pandemic, What Lesson Have We Learned? Is very crucial to the current pandemic situation, as the tragedy of the COVID-19 pandemic is having a profound effect on the lives of millions of people around the world. Some may say that they should have spent more time to stay healthy. Some may say they should have spent more quality family times. But I'm sure many or most will say they are not prepared for this unexpected and challenging pandemic. In MCM, we always believe that financial literacy is the most basic yet most important knowledge for all levels of society. Either you are B40, M40, or T20, as financial literacy has a material impact on families as they try to balance their budget, ensure enough food on the table, buy a home, fund their children's education, and an income for retirement. As the late Kofi Annan quoted, knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. Hence, as part of our CSR initiative to contribute to the community, Money Compass, You Learn Money, and MCM jointly organized today's forum. We invited more than 15 speakers from 6 ASEAN countries, sharing their knowledge and experience, hoping all will learn the right lesson to overcome these unprecedented times in our lifetime. It's months of hard work organizing team members. Thank you, Amy and Lucas, for achieving today's milestone from concept to reality. I would like to thank you all the sponsors, organizations, and associations, speakers, and participants for supporting this great social initiative to educate the importance of financial literacy. Again, stay safe and stay strong. I'm Max Shankar. Back to Adi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Bahagia Adjunct Professor Max Shankar, for the wonderful welcome remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, here to welcome you to this amazing event, it is a great privilege for me to invite our guest of honor, the Senior Eminent Advisor of MyLIFE Association, Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri S. Ramachandran P. Sivaratnam.
Hello. A very good afternoon to our VVIPs today. Abby Siok, Datuk Yahya Nordin, Professor Max Shankar, Steve Teo, Datin, and also not forgetting the hard-working committee members to put this conference together. Our distinguished speakers, VIP guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everyone. I want to begin by congratulating the joint organizers of Malaysian Literacy in Financial Education Association, MyLIFE, Max Capital, Money Compass, You Learn Money, for taking the initiative to organize this online conference, MyLIFE Asian Financial Literacy Forum 2021, which will not only create great awareness among the stakeholders, accessibility to finance, especially the poor and disadvantaged, but more importantly, from a deeper understanding of how they could benefit from acquiring financial literacy. I would also like to give my thanks to the joint organizers for inviting me to be a part of this timely and important event, giving me the honor to speak to you today. I'm a CFP by training and have over 25 years of experience in wealth management, corporate finance, product design, financial planning. Based on my experience, it is clear here how important and impactful the world of finance has been for me, and naturally, I've become an advocate of financial literacy and financial education. Last year, the Organization of Economic Cooperation Development, the OECD, released a formal recommendation on financial literacy to assist government, other public authorities, and relevant stakeholders to design, implement, evaluate financial literacy policies. The OECD said that from May 2020, more than 70 countries across the world were creating or already implemented national financial literacy strategies. However, in 2020, the OECD survey across 26 countries of Asia, Europe, and Latin America, only 26% of the adults answered questions on a simple and compounded interest correctly. In the same survey, a series of questions were full marks indicated the basic knowledge of financial skills, behaviors, and attitudes. Respondents scored less than 61% on average. Private organizations and charities across the world are now working to improve this situation. By holding this online forum, we are also contributing to improve these statistics on financial literacy and financial education. With the theme, financial literacy in the time of pandemic, what lessons have we learned? The objective of MyLIFE Asia Financial Literacy Forum 2021 is to encourage a discussion among leaders, researchers on the issue of financial literacy in order to attain to the sustainability of the UNESCO. Social changes can only happen through better understanding, raised knowledge, and ethical practice. Admittedly, this is no simple task, but the rewards are gratifying as it stands to elevate Asian approach towards a better understanding when it comes to financial literacy, particularly among the younger generation. As a senior eminent advisor to the Malaysian Literacy and Financial Association, or better known as MyLIFE, I believe today's forum will create a positive impact towards nation building as well as being a good platform to find solutions on how to empower, I repeat the word empower, Asian citizens by elevating their financial knowledge. I appeal to MyLIFE Association for organizing such a magnificent Asian forum to bring to the attention of the great lesson that the society and nation have learned in a time of pandemic. As almost the whole global economy has badly been hit by the impact of COVID-19, I believe our many forum speakers today will emphasize on what action the countries and communities have taken and should take in respect to elevate financial literacy and sustainability of financial well-being amidst the ongoing economic inflation and depression. Let me conclude on the last observation by highlighting the need for cooperation among stakeholders. Asians have always championed collaboration and cooperation in its key undertaking affecting the people in the region, especially the vulnerable and disadvantaged group. Improving financial literacy is one such undertaking. Therefore, from a national and regional perspective, the impetus to improve financial literacy is indeed quite strong. Though work has progressed evidently from countries' initiative earlier highlighted, work is still far from being done. And the kind of discussion we will be having during today's forum is what we need to clarify our thinking and deepen our perspective on financial literacy and issues at hand. Before I end, I'd like to give a big congratulations to the team involved and thank you for putting all the hard work in making this exciting and important event. I wish everyone a fruitful, beneficial session ahead May you always be safe, healthy during these uncertain times. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now I hand over to the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very enlightening address, Dato Sri S. Ramachandran. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, let's have a bit of, for posterity's sake here, let's take some photos. So we'd like to invite all of you to please have your videos on. Please switch your videos on. I would like to, so we can get all your bright smiles, all of the lovely faces on photo right now, yeah? So please have your cameras on, and I'll pass it over to Lucas. Lucas, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, now, there are several pages here, yeah? So keep on smiling because
sure.
We don't know which page you're on. All right.
right. Let me do some setting first.
Sure, okay. In the meanwhile, we hope that you, those of you who are not, who still have not had your cameras on, please, I would like to invite you to please switch your camera on, yeah? Okay, Lucas, are you ready?
Yes. And I do some setting first.
Sure. Lucas here is a very professional, very meticulous guy. Okay.
Right.
All right, give a big smile, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
look
okay.
into your cameras. Look into your cameras and smile.
1, 2, go.
Okay, next page. Moving on to the next page.
Okay, another page.
Keep on smiling. We don't know which page you're on.
Okay, done.
Done? All done?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas Wong. Brilliant photo session over there. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating as well and for having your cameras on. Now, before we proceed, let us first watch another multimedia presentation from the organizers.
These are the common financial problems faced by Malaysians. In search of solutions, the Malaysia Literacy in Financial Education Association, MyLIFE, was formed. Our vision is for a new Malaysia where each citizen can make an informed judgment in the management of our money. Our mission is to pursue financial literacy for everyone by fostering collaboration between stakeholders in the financial industry. Through our collaborative efforts in delivering financial literacy for all, we hope to contribute to more effective policy making within the country and beyond. MyLIFE has been active in running financial literacy seminars in partnership with the Ministry of Education as well as local universities and colleges. This association also wishes to engage with all stakeholders in the financial industry. Welcome to MyLIFE.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind all of you again, for those who are interested in joining the MyLIFE membership, please click the link or scan the QR code shown in the slide that you see right now in your screen. Yeah, you may also refer to the chat box to fill up the application form. Yeah, the MyLIFE membership application form. The link will be in the chat box, or you can just scan the QR code as you see on the screen right now. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the first session for today. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Technologist Dr. Saravanan Muthaya. Dr. Saravanan is currently a full professor attached to Multimedia University Malaysia, where he teaches and conducts research in the area of information technology and fintech semantics. Dr. Saravanan also had served the university in various capacities for the last 21 years. He holds 30 intellectual properties and has published over 150 research papers. Today, ladies and gentlemen, sharing with us all about financial literacy for retirement, please welcome Professor Technologist Dr. Saravanan Muthaya.
Thank you so much, Adi, for that very nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, VIP guests, those who are actually tuning in, a very good afternoon to all of you. Today, my talk will be mostly on the one very interesting area that we all struggle, which is retirement. And I'm going to be basically talking about the Malaysian dilemma in my context, and hopefully from my short delivery, we'll all have some key points to take away. So let's look at the fact sheet. A number of years, I've been collecting lots and lots of these articles from newspapers and magazines. And one of the things that we at the university, we've been actually running financial literacy talks in conjunction with Amanah Raya, EPF, AKPK, Bank Negara Malaysia. We've been doing a lot of roadshows as well, in the last 10 years. And one of the serious things that we've been actually talking about is this issue on Malaysians not being able to retire, or in short, they don't have enough money to retire and they have to just go on working. And this is something that's very sad, and it's happening right here in our country. And this is one of the articles that I like to share. It was taken from the Star, and you can see about 60% of the contributors who are actively contributing to account 1 and 2 for EPF. And by the time they hit retirement, so I'm talking about early retirement, something like 54 years, right, of age, they don't really have enough money. And most people combined in account 1 and 2, they have something like only 50,000 ringgit. Although a lot of campaigns have been conducted, and EPF has gone around, talking about this, and constantly you hear them say that you need at least 250,000 ringgit now to retire. And looking at the, the number of active people who are contributing to this, they don't have this money. And we've actually done a poll, and it's quite similar poll that you will see on my right side of my screen. You can see that, when we talk to all these retirees, or potentially people who are about to retire in the next 5 years, most of them give reasons saying that, no, I'm not ready for retirement. And simply because, 69% of them say that they're still active, they can still contribute. So why should I retire? 51% says, well, I think I still have some retirement plans. I need money to put into my retirement travel plans. And therefore, I need to save up some money, continue work maybe another year or two, and then spend that money for my traveling. 37% talk about spending more time with the family, and they need money, basically to get through with family life. As you all know, after the pandemic, a lot of people have lost their jobs, and a lot of people are actually going back to doing something else, entrepreneurship and many other things, to basically make things work. So in a nutshell, you can see that Malaysians generally are not doing well with savings. And, if we did not have EPF by Act of Parliament, I don't know what really would be the condition in this country. And luckily for the Act of Parliament, the ACTA KWSP, we have mandatory, savings. And if not for that, only God knows what would be the real situation. We have also about 27,278 centenarians in Malaysia. And you're asking me what centenarian is. It's basically people who are actually hitting the age of 100 years. Okay, so these are the people who have been around, and more and more people are living longer. As you can see from this statistics, 27,278. How are they going to keep themselves going, after retirement? So take for example, someone who retires at the age of 60, right? And you live up to about 100 years. So that's 40 years that you really need to actually keep going. And if you have, good family support, children taking care, no problem. But most people are not in that situation. So retirees have to keep working, to remain active. They cannot afford to retire. And these are some of the things that we talk about over and over again. And just some time back, we had the other issue on GST. And generally, you're talking about inflation, the things are just getting more and more expensive. You probably know, you've taken a shopping cart to Giant or Tesco or to Aeon in the past, and you probably be spending 200-300 ringgit and your trolley is full, right? Now, the same is not the case today. And with 300 ringgit, your trolley size has probably shrunk to what you see in the picture right there. And of course, to add more to this burden, there was GST a couple of years back, and you can see a lot of people carrying those banners and talking about how they are actually becoming systematically poorer. So with subsidies being taken away, so as a palm oil exporter, you know that palm oil, we export palm oil, right? So therefore, when you talk about things like cooking oil, we are supposed to actually receive some subsidies, and therefore we should be paying lower amount of money for cooking oil, but subsidies are also being taken away. So when subsidies are being taken away, prices of products go up, and of course, added on with inflation and taxation and whatnot, you can probably see that we have systematically become poorer because of this impact, kind of an ecosystem that is kind of attacking us. And looking at in the 70s, you probably remember this. I remember this very fondly. Some of you probably remember this. Some of you probably too young to remember. But in the 70s, you could buy a car for 7,000 ringgit. And fast forward today, the cheapest probably brand new car you can get is probably 40,000 ringgit. So that's gone up about 6 times. Buying a house was probably about in the region of 50,000. And now that's gone up about 7 times, 350,000 to even, find a decent home. And if we compare that with salaries, right, guys, fresh graduate salaries were about 1,000 ringgit in the 70s. And today it has not really gone up that much, So salaries is one thing that is actually kind of, causing another sort of a problem for us. We are not paying people enough, and therefore this is actually kind of a cycle going back and forth, a kind of vicious cycle. And if you look at some of the goods and services in the listing here for the GST, some of those goods that we hardly buy, like Apple, tablets, iPad, photocopying machine, a lot of these things, although they've increased in terms of the taxes, but there are some very essential items there that you can see, like canned sardine, tuna, oats, cereal, cheese. Now, these are all things that people use commonly on a day-to-day for their cooking and living, and these are the things that are actually being taxed, and some issues there as well, adding on to the burden of the people. So when we completely, just zooming into the savings aspect of it on sustainability and adequacy of retirement funds, we've done some surveys, and this was a survey conducted on about 2,427 EPF members, those who are actively contributing to account 1 and 2. And we found that 14% used up their EPF savings in 3 years. 50% used up EPF savings within 5 years, and 70% use up their EPF savings within 10 years. So that's basically what the facts are today, right? So a lot of people are retiring, and they're retiring poor. And let's look at another aspect of this. People are living longer these days. Okay, so if you're looking at the minimum life expectancy, if someone asks you, do men live longer or women live longer, the answer is very evident here. Women live longer than men. As you can see, if you take a mean life expectancy age of 60 years, right? That's the mean. And if you compare that to males, okay, the additional number of years that men live is probably about 18 years. So you can see there 18.2, 18.1. So roughly you're looking at about 18 years. So 60 to 78. All right. So men, you need 18 years of savings to keep you going. As for the women, on an average scale, you're looking at about 20 to 21 years, additional years of life. So you retire at 60, you got 21 years to go. Okay, you know, if your husband had left you a huge amount of money, that's great. But if you're a single mom and you've been working, raise your children, and you know you got to retire poor and you don't have savings, 21 years to basically keep going is not an easy task. And these are the facts that we are looking at. So a quick recap: Malaysians are retiring poorer, and these numbers, I've actually touched a little bit about on these numbers. I'm just going to reiterate them to you again. 68% of active contributors to account 1 and 2 in EPF, when they hit about 54 years of age, they only have less than 50,000 in their savings. And because of the pandemic, a lot of these people have actually taken out their savings. And you know why? Because they got no jobs. So they've been slowly taking out their savings, which was actually meant for retirement. And they put those savings into use for, you know, now. And basically, you're not going to have that compounding effect. And when you retire, you're going to have a lot less. And you know, if you take an average median number, okay, so those who are probably at about 35 years of age, they should really be having about 50,000, and those who are hitting about 45 years of age, combined account and one, you should be really having about at least 116,000 in your EPF. And at 50, you know, you're expected to have at least 165,000. And at the age of 55, you know, most likely you should have about 228 to 230,000 in savings. Now, with that kind of savings, what we are translating is that if you're going to be living for that average lifespan of 20 years above your retirement age, so suppose you retire at 60 and you're going to live up to 80, right? You got 20 years. So if you take 228,000 and then you kind of, you know, work backwards using that formula, you're going to have about 950 ringgit for your continuing your lifestyle, like a pension that you can pay yourself every month for that 20 years that you're going to go through. But if you have less than that, you can only imagine that you're not going to have enough money. Looking at the rate things are going, people are living longer, the average lifespan is getting longer, this problem actually becomes worse. And we talked about the 14, 50, and 70%. These are people who actually use up their money in a very, very short period of time. 14% completely finish up their EPF money in 3 years. And then you're looking at 50% 5 years, 70% 10 years. And there are also other things that people don't really prepare for. And a lot of people, you know, reports on Amara Raya shows that about 900,000 title deeds, right? So people who are, you know, who basically pass away, right, in the families. So those who have passed on, they have not really left, you know, deeds or, you know, legacy. Their legacy that they have not really passed on by writing wills to their, you know, next of kin. And there are about 900,000 title deeds currently unclaimed, according to Amanah Raya. And 69%, as we talked about earlier, they're not ready to retire because they're active. 79% say that health costs are going up and they want to continue to work because they are not able to pay for their health costs, and so on and so forth. Global data shows that the retirement age in most Asian countries have now moved up to 60 years. So that looking at Brunei, 60. Now, a lot of other countries have actually extended, like Brazil, you're looking at 65, Norway, 65. So a lot of countries actually pushing up that retirement age just to tackle some of these problems as we speak. So we talked about this. CPI is one issue, and you can see that the CPI index is basically just increasing over the years. From 1980, you're looking at 22 index points. Today, you're looking at about 120 to 130 index points. That's basically about 6 times increase. So a product that costs you 1 ringgit will probably cost you 6 times more today because of this. And when we asked on discretionary spending and saving intentions of Malaysians, and most of them who are saying that they do not have enough savings or why they use their savings, at an early age, and they tell us it's because they have debts. And so debts, 43%. That's the highest number that is tagged to discretionary spending in among Malaysians today. Okay, and then some money put aside for vacations, investing, but very little for retirement. Or basically, retirement is their last option. They're not really worried about this retirement part. Most people, I think, even from the get-go, right, going to university, getting a degree, the moment the guy comes out of university, he's already in debt. PTPTN, buys a car in debt, buys a house in debt. So the debt factor is a major problem. Household to debt disposal income, basically Malaysians are the highest. We should be a little bit shy compared to our friends in Indonesia. Their household debt to disposable income is much more lower than all of us. And let's take a look at that. What does this really mean? So if you take all your loans, right, home loan, car loan, personal loan, business loan, credit card, student loan, add them all up, you add that and you get a number, let's say 3,000, and your disposable income is 5,000, right? Talking about after tax salary, right? So if you take 3,000 on your obligations and you divide that by 5,000, you only got about 60%. So 60% is moderate according to the data that we have. More than 60 is dangerous. But where are we? We are at 140%, which basically means we are living out of debt. And that's dangerous. It's a very dangerous issue. And many of us have to realize that some people actually use up their EPF money at a very early age. Just to help all people who are listening in, right? Guys, your EPF money, EPF will pay you dividends until you hit 100 years of age. So leave your money there, collect your dividends, use your dividends for your spending, and keep your principal, right? Why? Because your principal will continue to pay you dividends, which you can actually use. So it's like basically taking out your principal. That would mean that you're basically killing the golden goose, right? Because now you're not going to get any more dividends. And that's really a sad thing, because even if you're looking at a downtrend, 8.5% in the early 80s, dividend by EPF, then 8%, 7.5, 7.7, and coming down. I think the worst point was 2002, where EPF only paid about 4.25, and then started going up and climbing up again. Okay, I think about 5.3, 5.4% average right now. It's a lot better than actually keeping your money in the fixed deposit and a lot of other savings, because some of you, I know, are always concerned about your principal. So if you want something that's safe, principal protected, this is something that you should consider. People ask me, how do I double my money? Very simple, guys. If you just take the Rule 72 formula, so if you're taking, let's say you're getting a return about 8%, right? 8% for your investment or whatever it is that you're going to be putting your money in. You take that percentage, take 72, divide by that percentage. So 72 divided by 8%, and you're going to have double your money in 9 years. So this is a standard guideline that most people are probably not aware of. I thought I'll just share with you. The other thing is that if you have not thought of consolidation, please consider consolidation of your debt. Maybe some people have multiple debts that can be consolidated, and AKPK is doing a fantastic job. Agency counseling and Dan Pengurusan Credit, they're doing a fantastic job. Speak to those guys. If you're in debt and you cannot manage your debt, they will help to consolidate. They have a program called the Debt Consolidation Program, which will walk you through on basically, consolidating all your debt into one debt and then making it easier for you to pay back the debt. So this is my final point that I'd like to share. The real problem really is the fall in salaries, guys. This is from Jeffrey Williams. He's actually with the Malaysian University of Science and Technology. He gave an interview on the 26th of October, FMT. And he talks about, Malaysian Employers Federation members. right? Most of us actually belong to Malaysian Employees Federation, and you can see that the real problem is the fall of salaries, and mean salaries has fallen just in the last 2 years, has fallen by 9%. So we're talking about 2,933, and half of those earning those wages, those who are earning wages, right? Those who are getting they're doing small jobs, and this wage group community, right? They are earning less than about 2,062 ringgit, which is a further decline of 15.6%. So these are how the situation, is actually presenting itself to all of us. So take control of your finances, and please keep your money in your savings, EPF, and let that money grow. And we are expecting further pay cuts, and maybe all come out of this stronger. I wish everyone the very best. Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Chairman, the MC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the very, very informative sharing, Professor Technologist Dr. Saravanan Mutaya. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. It was really very enlightening. I really enjoyed listening. The greatest takeaway is that women tend to live longer than us, as men. Anyway, up next, ladies and gentlemen, because we are so much we don't have that much time, so I'm afraid we have to move on to the next speaker. Up next, we have Dr. Muhammad Sofyan Iskandar, lecturer of I3L School of Business in Indonesia. Dr. Muhammad Sofyan has experience in economics and research skills with a demonstrated history of working in government and academia. He was employed at the Ministry of Finance in Indonesia for over 20 years, serving as senior strategist. As a senior policymaker, he has considerable experience cooperating with other government ministries, private sector partners, non-governmental organizations, and representing the Indonesian Ministry of Finance at meetings with policymakers and making decisions related to a variety of issues in finance and international trade issues. He has been a senior lecturer at Polytechnic of State Finance, a government-affiliated college in Indonesia located in Banten, the Indonesian Ministry of Finance, Center of Promoting Export, and other government agencies for over 15 years. Amazing. Besides teaching, his role involves conducting research and advising the rector in the development, implementation, and monitoring of the Academy's strategic plan. His international experience as researcher and expert in finance provide advice to the ambassador and laboratory and analyze problems faced by entrepreneurs, governments, and other agencies in fiscal issues. Ladies and gentlemen, sharing with us his thoughts on financial inclusion amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Sofyan Iskandar.
Thank you very much, Adi Effendi. Okay, Ms. Amy Siok, MyLIFE founding chairman, Adjunct Professor Mr. Max Shankar, CEO of Max Capital Management, yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Ramachandran, Chairman of Mutual Investmart, also Senior Eminent Advisor, MyLIFE Association. Honorable keynote speaker, panel speaker, moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today to keynote this important MyLIFE Financial Literacy ASEAN Forum on financial literacy across ASEAN. The Asian region can be said to be one of the most dynamic and most attractive areas of the world. Among the achievements of Asian nations, which have caught the attention of wider world, we could list dramatic economic growth, a vigorously expanding population, and advanced technological development set alongside the unique and appealing nature and culture of our region. There are challenges to the governments who must try to relieve or prevent the frictions and tensions generated failure to adapt to rapid change. Today's governments, whatever system they operated in, need to keep a very close watch on the everyday lives of their citizens to be able to fulfill their main set of care and diffuse problems before they arise. Okay, enter the financial inclusion, which brings me to the main title of this forum: financial inclusion amidst the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. Since 2016, this month in Indonesia, October has been commemorated as Financial Inclusion Month. The government of Indonesia continued to strive to increase financial inclusion in the country. The term financial inclusion is a term that is popular in the community, but not many people know or understand this term. In fact, without we realize it, in everyday life, there are many activities that are part of financial inclusion. So what are the examples of financial inclusion? Let me give you some examples of financial inclusion in everyday life. Save at the bank, withdraw cash at the ATM, online banking transactions via internet banking, mobile banking, services for online loans, invest in stock, buy health insurance and car insurance online, and so on. The term financial inclusion became a trend after the 2008 crisis, mainly based on the impact of the crisis on groups in the bottom of the pyramid. They are low and irregular income, living in remote areas, disabled people, workers without legal identity documents, and marginalized communities, which is generally unbanked, which is recorded very high outside developed countries. At the G20 Pittsburgh Summit 2009, G20 members agreed on the need to improve financial access for this group, which was emphasized at the 2010 Toronto Summit with the influence of the 9th principle for innovative financial inclusion as a guideline for developing financial inclusion. These principles are leadership, diversity, innovation, protection, empowerment, cooperation, knowledge, proportionality, and framework. Since then, many international institutions have focused on financial inclusion activities such as CGAP, World Bank, APEC, ADB, Alliance for Financial Inclusion, and including developing countries like Indonesia. But what is financial inclusion? I'm sure there are some of us who do not really understand the meaning of financial inclusion, the meaning of it, and goals of financial inclusion. Indeed, there is no standard definition of financial inclusion yet. Various institutions are trying to define it. Indonesia defines financial inclusion as state in which all community has access to various quality formal financial products and services in a timely, smooth, and safe manner at affordable cost according to their needs and abilities to improve the welfare of the community. Furthermore, access to financial services is the community's ability to use services and or have product from formal financial institution. Indonesian President's Decree number 140/2020 on Financial Inclusion National Strategy. In this definition, there are three keywords to understand about financial inclusion. They are access, formal financial, and welfare. Financial inclusion is an important component in the process of social and economic inclusion that plays a role in promoting economic growth, creating financial system stability, supporting poverty reduction programs, and reducing disparities between individuals and between regions to create community welfare. Next slide. And what are the goals of inclusion? One, create an inclusive financial system to support a deep financial system and stable. Two, support economic growth. Three, accelerate poverty reduction. And four, reduce the gap between individuals and between regions to realize the welfare of the Indonesian people. So how is it implemented? From various parts of the world, to reduce financial exclusion, there are two approaches, namely comprehensively by developing a national strategy, such as Indonesia through various varied programs. For example, financial education, as carried out by the United States government after the 2008 crisis, through a national strategy covering three aspects, namely the provision of appropriate service facilities, provision of suitable products, responsible finance through financial education and consumer protection. And the objectives of inclusive finance will be pursued through: 1, increasing access to formal financial services; 2, increasing literacy and consumer protection; 3, expanding the reach of financial services; 4, strengthening access to capital and development support for micro and small enterprises; 5, improvement of digital financial products and services; and last, 6, strengthening the integration of inclusive economic and financial activities through at least digital financial services. Let's go to the next slide. Observing the condition of the Indonesian economy because of the spread of COVID-19 in 2020, the Indonesian government has several policies to take steps to prevent pressure from occurring in the economy, the real sectors, and the financial sector. These regulations are made to deal with the risk of a downturn in the national economy and financial system stability. The acceleration of financial inclusion is carried out through three main strategies. First, speed up credit distribution from micro to large businesses. In current condition, all priority segments in inclusive finance, especially the MSME sector, are experiencing a very large impact due to restrictions on economic and social activities. To anticipate a large decline in business and strengthen MSMEs, the government has issued a series of programs to support MSME business resilience, starting from making effort to increase non-cash transactions. Second, improve digital-based financial services such as QRIS and mobile banking. The use of non-cash transaction through electronic money, mobile banking, internet banking, and QRIS. QRIS, or Quick Response Code Indonesian Standard, is a standardization of payment using the QR code method from Bank Indonesia, so that the transaction process with the QR code becomes easier, faster, and secure. Provide business stimulus to encourage MSMEs to digitalize, to adjust business processes with social restrictions and the tendency of community activities to switch to technology. These two programs cannot only prevent the spread of COVID-19, but also increase economic activity, not only helping consumers to continue to carry out financial transactions, but also helping physical distancing programs and work from home recommendations to break the chain of the spread of COVID-19. In addition, non-cash payments are made to support government programs in distributing social assistance funds. And the third strategy is improvement of infrastructure, especially in the fields of technology, information, and communication. The infrastructure that has been built includes the Palaparing and the construction of a base transceiver station, or BTS, to realize even distribution of internet and electricity access throughout Indonesia. Infrastructure improvements, especially in the fields of technology, information, and communication, continue to be carried out. The infrastructure that has been built includes the Palaparing and the construction of BTS in least developed regions, frontier, and outermost regions areas to realize equitable internet and electricity access throughout Indonesia. Indonesia is also trying to accelerate the creation of a digital ecosystem by encouraging the development of financial technology to balance the benefits and risks of financial technology so that it can support the potential of for economic growth and poverty reduction. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, other strategies that must also be implemented to increase financial inclusion are: first, financial education through various socialization related to the national non-cash movement and digital financial services. Second, expansion of the non-cash social assistance program base and electronification or digitization in the primary sector. Third, facilitating various financial services, including through the distribution of non-cash social assistance, relaxation of people's business loans and financing. Fourth, preparation of maps of access to financial services, and as well as fifth, implementation of the Indonesian Saving Action through the Student Saving Program towards an account ownership program for all students in Indonesia, or one student, one account, or OSWA by the end of 2022. Not only for students, the addition of the number of account opening, both conventional and Sharia, is aimed at program beneficiaries, government, local government, civil servant, and cross-group communities. Next slide. How financial is implemented in Indonesia? Okay, let's go to the next slide. To support the development of financial inclusion in Indonesia, the government of Indonesia has prepared a national strategy for financial inclusion, or SNKI in Indonesia, which is used to synergize the documents of the National Medium-Term Development Plan, Regional Medium-Term Development Plan, Government Work Plan, Local Government Work Plan, and Sustainable Development Goals related in Indonesia. The SNKI document is also used as material for the preparation and adjustment of regional policies by considering the duties and functions of the regional government in achieving the national targets contained in the document. In general, Indonesia, in this case, the Ministry of Finance carries out of several activities aimed at helping improve governance in the distribution of government funds in a non-cash manner, as well as, I think previous slide, Adi Effendi, seeking to provide financial and financing services and product, as well as provide a safe, effective, and efficient payment system. The use of marketplace system known as DigiPay. DigiPay is a service system for ordering and procuring goods, services until the goods are received electronically. In the future, DigiPay can support the empowerment of MSMEs as well as the modernization and digitization of the government's payment system. In specific, to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, the Ministry of Finance has participated in the preparation of the National Economic Recovery Program, in which there are various policies to restore the conditions of priority segments of financial inclusion affected by the pandemic, MSMEs, low-income communities, and women. Okay, and Indonesia also plays an active role in various capacity building activities, education, and piloting financial inclusion in initiatives during 2020, such as participating in international forum activities and conducting dialogue with international organizations to discuss current issues related to financial inclusion. The international forums are GPFI, Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, and WCFIN, Working Committee on Financial Inclusion. Indonesia's involvement in the G20, GPFI, and WCFIN forums that discuss financial inclusion strategies and policies in the regional and global region. In 2022, Indonesia was appointed as the host of the G20 summit and the G20 presidency. Discussion related to financial inclusion issues that will be discussed at GPFI will focus on discussion related to digital finance and SMEs finance as a response to economic recovery due to COVID-19. Let's go to the next slide, Mr. Adi Effendi. So, How does data talk about financial inclusion in Indonesia? Okay, next slide. The National Financial Inclusion Survey, Financial Inclusion Index conducted by Global Findex Survey. No, previous slide, Mr. Adi, previous slide. World Bank and Indonesia Secretariat, yes, thank you. National Council for Inclusive Finance in 2020 shows that 81.4% of adults have used the products or services of a formal financial institution or index of account usage. This figure increased when compared to 2018, which was 78.8%. Meanwhile, 61.7% of adults already have an account or index of account ownership. This figure also increased compared to 2018, which was 55.7%. The survey result also showed that account ownership is more common in urban areas than in rural areas. However, the growth of account ownership in rural areas is faster than in urban areas. In rural areas, bank agents do a significant increase in account ownership. Next slide, Mr. Radi. Indonesia people access to Islamic banking product. Still a previous slide, I mean, sorry. Indonesia people's access to Islamic banking product and services also increased in 2020. The use of Islamic microfinance institution financing increased by 1%. The use of saving and deposit increased by 0.7%. The use of bank transfer increased by 0.3%. And public access to products and Islamic banking services also increased 0.6%. The survey was conducted on 7,574 in 34 provinces, and with a 2020 national population projection considering urban, rural, strata, and gender. Sampling weights are normalized at the national level so that the number of weight cases equals the number of examples. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Meanwhile, electronic money account ownership has increased to 13.8 million, and 5.1 million merchants throughout Indonesia have implemented the Indonesian standard quick response code QRIS, in which most merchants are micro, small, and medium enterprises or MSMEs. Furthermore, the development of Indonesia financial inclusion cannot be separated from infrastructure and equitable access to information technology. Referring to data from the Ministry of Communication and Information, currently internet access is available at 11,117 public facility points. Indonesia has also launched Lokasiku, an application for finding financial service points, and developed an Indonesian Financial Services Access Map. From the data shown above, it shows that the effort made by the government of Indonesia are on the right track. But several strategic steps are needed to further expand the financial access of the Indonesian population. In the future, monitoring and evaluation of financial inclusion achievements will be carried out comprehensively to support the achievement of financial inclusion targets by 90% in 2024. Let's go to the next slide, Mr. Adi. And the road ahead for Indonesia, financial inclusion, economic growth. Financial inclusion is an important part of the socio-economic inclusion process to encourage economic growth, create financial system stability, support poverty reduction programs, and reduce disparities between individuals or between regions. The population of Indonesia has a great need for financial services, especially related to basic financial services that include savings, cash or non-cash payment transactions, savings, credit or financings, and insurance. In relation to financial inclusion, the government continues to strive to improve public financial literacy, especially from the demand side for financial services, such as access to financial products and institutions, and second, access to payment service providers and instruments such as electronic money. These efforts, among others, are realized in the form of financial product innovation by utilizing technology, improving the availability of quality data and information, infrastructure development in the financial sector, and harmonization and strengthening of policies in the financial sector. Increasing the availability of data information quality itself can be focused on improving coordination, integration, and synchronization of statistical activities organized by the central government, regional governments, and the private sector, as well as improving facilities and infrastructure for statistical activities. And for the conclusion, financial literacy and financial inclusion comes in stages, starting with initial contact, the introduction of mobile transfer and payment schemes, then saving and borrowing, followed by more complex aspects such as investing or insurance. The community needs more than loans, and not to be the financial literacy for people to choose wisely. As I say, it revolves around trust, whether in the regulatory structure or the system itself. Innovation, inclusion, and integration flow through the Asian arteries. They are central to building financial literacy across the region, particularly for those still relying on informal finance. I wish you success during your deliberations today, and I assure you that this forum stands ready to support the inclusion and integration that will allow financial literacy to bring prosperity to all Asian citizens. Thank you. Terima kasih. Thank you, Adi. The screen is yours.
Terima kasih for the comprehensive sharing, Dr. Muhammad Sofyan Iskandar. That's right. Yeah, inclusion is very important, and we hope that your sharing here will benefit the rest of the ASEAN members as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from Professor Technologist Dr. Saravanan Muttaya, and we've heard also from Dr. Muhammad Sofyan Iskandar. And before we move on, let us watch another multimedia presentation from the organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you again, for those who are interested in joining the MyLIFE membership, please click the link or scan the QR code that is shown in the slide on the screen right now. Yeah, you can just take out your phone and you can click on the link, or you can scan the QR code as you see on the slide right now. You may also refer to the chat box. We'll have the link on the chat box as well for you to fill up the application form. If you have any questions regarding the MyLIFE membership, please forward them to co-host 1 Mandy. Co-host 1 Mandy, just forward your question to her and she will respond accordingly. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving on to the first panel discussion among the thought leaders and researchers on the issue of financial literacy, which is attaining the sustainability goals of UNESCO. The moderator of this panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than Mr. Brandon Ong, the Honorary Secretary of Malaysian Literacy in Financial Education Association, or MyLIFE. Now, before I pass the floor over to Mr. Ong, allow me please to introduce the speakers. The first speaker of the panel session is Mr. Subramaniam Munusamy. Mr. Subramaniam is currently affiliated with the School of Management and Business of Manipal International University, Malaysia, as a lecturer and program coordinator of Foundation in Business Studies. Prior to this, he has served in several private higher education institutions and multinational corporations. He began his career as a research executive at Federation of Malaysian Consumers Association, or FOMCA, and a founding member of the National Consumers Complaints Center between 2003 and 2005. Recently, he has also been a part of the consulting team for the government subsidiary bodies such as Talent Corporation and Ilmiah. Our second speaker of the panel session today is Mr. Loh Siu Meng, Head of Student Services at Manipal International University. He has held leadership positions in several startups and multinational companies across a diverse of industries, including biotechnology, financial services, supply chain management, e-commerce, and education. As an educator at heart, Mr. Loh founded the Soho Development Foundation to promote multi-literacies, employability, and entrepreneurship education for youth as a means to sustainable livelihoods and self-fulfillment. He provides personal and professional coaching services to students in Manipal International University. And the third member of our panel session, the only rose among the thorns today, will be Dr. Nur Shuhada Kamaruddin, Senior Lecturer of the Faculty of Economics and Muamalat at University Science Islam Malaysia, or USIM. Dr. Nur Shuhada is currently a lecturer and she has obtained her doctorate degree in finance from the University of Salford in the United Kingdom. She is also an associate member with the Financial Planning Association of Malaysia, FPAM, and currently appointed as one of the external examiners of Islamic Financial Planner Professional Certificate papers. For the past few years, she has also been actively involved in training and research in USIM, government grants, state governments, and agencies. Her research areas are Islamic personal finance planning, business, halal tourism, digital marketing, and digital entrepreneurship. Amazing lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to pass the floor over to Mr. Brandon Ng to carry on with the moderating session for this panel. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, MC Adi. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic today is financial literacy in times of pandemic. What have we learned? So this pandemic has caused worldwide economy slowdown, hence manufacturing shutdown. You know, many people has lost their job. Without income, they are unable to support their family. They fell into financial distress, mentally was severely disturbed. And for those who cannot take it, has committed suicide. How sad. Could things have been changed if they have, if they know, if they are financially literate? Okay, let's hear from our panel speaker today. All right, see how they interpret the current scenario. Today we have three honorable speakers with us. Okay, Dr. Loh, Dr. Subramaniam, and Dr. Nur Shuhada. Each speaker is giving 20 minutes to articulate their topics. Okay. After the sharing sessions, we will go to the panel discussions, and audience are welcome to post your question to the chat box. Okay, we'll try to answer your questions as possible, and then after that, we will conclude after the panel discussions. Okay, now let's begin with our first speaker, Dr. Subramaniam from Manipal University. Yeah. Dr. Subramaniam, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Thank you. Let me share my slides first.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I guess you can see my slide now. Do you?
Yes,
Brandon?
yes, we can see
okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandon. All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My topic today on this forum is Malaysia towards high income nation, the role of savings and investment. Before we get started, we have to understand the basics, right? So what is financial literacy? You know, it is simply the ability to make right financial decision and personal finance, and especially when it comes to the decisions on how much we have to save, or how much we have to spend, and how much we have to invest, and that sort of things. It is quite possible that college dropouts may be more financially literate than successful PhD or MBA holders. This could be due to the fact that the educational institutions are very much focusing on scholastic and professional trainings. Maybe they're not teaching about money and finances. That is the reason why so many people, like the physicians or engineers or lawyers or artists, sometimes they struggle financially, right? Most of these people, they know how to earn money, but they may be lack of knowledge on how to manage their money well. So it is important to start educating ourselves about money matters and learn these skills in a software. Otherwise, the rich will always get richer and the poor may get more poor, due to this lack of knowledge on this in this area, right? What we're going to discuss about today is about the different perspective of savings and investment that means to different people and how are they related to the economic growth, right? Okay, let me move on. Right, saving means different to different people, right? Different things to different people. For an economist, the level of savings often equals to the level of investment. Savings is income that is not spent or a deferred consumption for future. And investment, on the other hand, refers to the physical investments, but not the financial investments, actually, right? And the method of savings may include putting the money aside, in a special account or deposit accounts, saving accounts, pension accounts, investment funds, things like that, or even a cash, right? But then the investment, on the other side, needs to be financed from the savings. If people save more, especially in the financial institutions, this enables the financial institution to lend more to the firms for investment purposes. So an economy where the savings are very low means that the economy is choosing short-term consumptions over long-term investments. So similar to starving the economy with investments that may lead to future bottlenecks or the shortages. Okay, so based on economic theories on economic growth, they suggest that the level of savings in the key factor in determining the economic growth rates, and the saving ratio is the big determinant of economic activities. Especially like in a country like Malaysia, the consumer spending may account for about 60% of the GDP. Anything that affecting on this may also affect economic growth. But then sometimes there is a kind of a paradox, a bit of paradox. People think that savings as good as riches, and the right time it is, of course. But if everyone saves at once, at the same time, it may cause a drop in aggregate demand and may lead to recession in an economy. This is what the Keynes, or the economist Keynes, says, the paradox of thrift, or maybe paradox of savings. People save more when it is bad time to save, and they save less when it's good time to save. So in the bottom line, more savings would have been helpful, but not in the period of economic recovery periods like what is happening around the world right now. And when we talk about the savings and investment on the financial experts' perspective, then we see that savings is not equal than investment. The difference between the savings and investment is that the savings method is followed by people to save money for the emergency and for the immediate situation, so that you don't have to worry about financial crisis or debt. Investment, on the other hand, is a method used by people, and they will invest in a different methods so that they will get a good amount of profit after some years. So usually the savings are ideally smaller for a short-term goals for the near future, like need for vacations, emergencies, for things like that. And it is very highly, the liquidity is very high, because you can access to your cash anytime. There's fast access to the cash when needed. And typically there is low risk involved in savings, and you can just earn interest on your savings. For example, like you save money in your saving accounts, or maybe in money market accounts, or the CDs, or even bonds and so on. But the investment on the other side, it involves putting money to work to create wealth for achieving long-term goals like the children's education, a house, property, something like that. So in that sense, the liquidity is very low when you invest your money. The risk involved is hugely high, but then the investment that you made have potential to yield higher returns where the investment is appreciated over the time. So savings will help in emergencies. Investment will help in the future. Savings money will not make you rich most of the time, but investing money can make you rich after some years, depending on the vehicle of your investments and your amount of the initial investment as well. So despite of the different perspective between economies, how they see savings and investment compared to a financial experts. But what is the key things, the similarities between these two is savings and investments plays very, very important role in an economy. And, at the different levels, actually. The source of savings usually comes from three sectors: households, firms, and the government. So according to economics theories, the saving is required for investment to take place, and the investment is required to achieve economic growth. So therefore, high savings, high level of savings means high level of investment in the country, which may result in high economic growth. That means for a country to achieve economic growth and development, savings must be reasonably high. And most importantly, it has to be sustainable, right? And when we look at the household sectors, for example, household saves essentially for two reasons: to cover the future expenses like the children educations, or buying some durable goods like cars, or for a retirement. If a household fails to save sufficiently for the future expenses, then the outcome is very simple. They will not have sufficient funds to cover the planned future big expenses, and probably they will struggle financially during the retirement, like what we have seen from the previous presenters, like how the EPF funds erodes over the time within the 10 years of the retirement. So they will eventually become dependent on others, especially with the governments. Right? So this is unfortunately very true, very common in many middle and low income countries, including Malaysia. So the key question is how households should behave financially during both situation like economic boom or even recessions. So given the economic uncertainty at any time, households should save during boom times so that they can survive during the recession. But in most cases, households do the opposites. They spend in the good times and save in the bad times. This is what we were talking about earlier, was the paradox of savings, right? So coming back to Malaysia, according to the World Bank, the gross domestic savings in terms of GDP in Malaysia was reported to be about 26% in 2020, but this figure has down from 39% 10 years ago, about a decade ago. It was about 39%, and now it has dropped to 26%. And according to the Department of Statistics, during the movement control order, they have found that more than 2/3, about 71% of the self-employed, have sufficient savings of less than a month, while about 82% of the private employees, those working in the private sector, have sufficient savings up to 2 months only. And this is slightly low compared to those savings. We see that the people working with the GLCs or multinational companies, they have savings up to 4 months. So this is the situations when we talk about the household sector. But next, we look at the firms. Usually firms saves simply that the part of the profit they do not pay out for the shareholders as the dividends. Okay, but they retain it for the future investments in the businesses, for the expansions, for the replacement of the outdated equipment or something like that. So if a companies or the firms do not or cannot save sufficiently, they will not have enough capital available for finance replacements or the expansionary strategies. So this will result in a dampening effect on the company's efficiency or even the growth potential, as well as the ability to employ more better human capitals into the businesses. Then we see, look at that MIDA, according to Malaysian Investment Authority, MIDA, Malaysia's private investment growth rate and the share of GDP, has been decelerating in the recent years. And probably this is due to the external and the domestic factors, both actually. Private investments, momentum has dropped moderately from about 12% per annum between 2011 to 2015 to about 4.8% between 2016 to 2019. So there was a sharp drop, in fact. And then if you look at the external investments, like the foreign direct investment in Malaysia, it also registered net inflow about 14 billion ringgit in 2020 compared to the 32 billion in the previous year. So there was a sharp drop as well, more than 50% drop in the FDI as well. Yeah, that is about the second sector firms. And if you look at the government on the other side, right? Government saves when its tax revenues is more than the expenditures on operating expenses, such as the wages, the social security payments, or subsidies the government pays, and so on. So if a government tax revenues is more than the current expenses, especially the operating expenses, it has more money left to spend on the development, such as building roads, bridges, hospitals, schools, things like that, right? So if a government does not save, it is simply means that it will have no money available for a fixed investment in social infrastructure like the schools, hospitals, and so on. So the implications of this is obviously under investment in people. If you look at Malaysia current situations, the economic recovery was still fragile and quite vulnerable as the risk of COVID-19 infections would continue to affect how we do the business. So with the total, if we look at last year, 2021 budget, that there was allocation about 322 billion ringgit. And we could see that about 73% of this amount goes to operating expenditures and the remaining 21% for the development and about 5% for the COVID-19 fund. But then the upcoming budget for this year, 2022, it's just around the corner, maybe tomorrow, right? We can expect that the government try to remain that expansionary fiscal policy, and by limiting the revenues to support that 12 Malaysia plan, the 12 MP that we have, planned for between 2021 to 2025. That is very important because that's where we're going to talk about the beginning stage of our, the transition period to the high-income nation. So the 12 Malaysia plan has allocated a hefty amount of 53% increase in the development expenditures compared to the 11 Malaysia plan, and with the budget of about 400 billion ringgit Malaysia. So it is estimated overall the budget deficit can be between 6 to 7% of the GDP in 2022, given the continued fiscal spending required to support the economy reopening. And then we could also see the government has decided to increase the debt ceiling up to 65% from 60%, basically to give more fiscal space for the government to increase the expenditure. So we have seen recently the World Bank has announced that Malaysia will likely to transit from upper middle income to high income nation between 2024 to 2028. And based on the current threshold by the World Bank, we know that the high income, in order for us to achieve the high income nation, our gross national income per capita has to be reached at least $12,535. And then while we are looking at Malaysian current situation, we see that Malaysia has been long been in the upper middle income category. Achieving high income nation status will essentially require a more collaborative and strategic efforts from all the stakeholders, not only the government alone, because we see our gross national income per capita at the moment is about $11,200, right? $11,200. But the gap is very slim. Actually, we just need about $1,400 to be into the category of high income nation, but it's not a big deal. But what we have seen was Malaysia has been trapped into the middle income or upper middle income category for a long period of time, more than 10 years. Despite of we have been going through a boom periods in between these periods. So in a nutshell, looking at the current situations, the scenarios, with a steep deficit in the fiscal budget and also public savings, it could be an uphill task to achieve the high income nation without quick recoveries of the remaining sectors, the household and the private sectors. So therefore, the quick necessary measures, both monetary and fiscal policies that targets on savings and investment has to be addressed by the government. And, because we see that at the moment, government is the most strongest sector that can drive the economy. So without reviving these two sectors, firms and the household sector, achieving the high income nation's status by between 2024 to 2028 may be delayed for another 5 to 10 years. Right, that is from me. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Brandon. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Subramaniam. Yeah, I think it is a very wonderful sharing. Okay, what have we learned? I think the sharing is very good. Okay, here we are talking about savings and investment, so that in this COVID pandemic, you can see that how fragile is our household. Many of them, they cannot survive without the income for even 1 month. Okay, so but here, okay, it's a very interesting. All right, so anybody, do you have any question? You can post to the group. Okay, so we will answer your question later. All right, so I very agree with Mr. Subramaniam, what he said. I think forced saving is very important. You can see if without forced saving, you don't have the money. I could give a very simple examples. Many people, I believe, you have taken out money from this IC9, iCitra, right? Okay, this is a forced saving from your EPF. Okay, but this money you are temporarily keeping with the government. Okay, but you need to use it. The government will allow to use it. Think about it, if without this EPF in your EPF account, even now, government allow you to take out the money from EPF, you don't have any savings there. All right. So I think it is very good. Okay, the savings can really contribute to the economic growth to plan for your expansions in the future. Okay, so let me see. Let me check. Is there any questions here? All right. Okay. So far, no questions. All right. So. Okay, now we proceed to our second speaker. All right. Can we invite? Wait. Can we? Wait. Where is it? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Our second speaker is Mr. Loh. Okay, Mr. Loh from Manipal University. Mr. Loh. Okay, Dr. Loh, I pass the over to you.
All right, thank you, Brandon. So I'm going to bring the message back to us, to the students, to the youth, to the population, to the man in the street. Right. I'd like to thank the earlier speakers, especially Mr. Saravanan. So he brought home the message that our salaries have not been keeping pace with inflation. That means the value of our work, value of the money that we can spend has not been keeping up with what we need, right? So if we live in a time of constraint, and the constraints that we live under will be greater and greater as our resources become more scarce, as COVID creates more demands, as Subra has said, on government expenditures and spending. That means there's actually less for everyone, right? So how do we respond when we are living in a time of constraint, right? So as I say, when you are in constraint, you need to be more creative. That's number one. And in order to be more creative, you need to be fed the right information. And part of the information you need is financial literacy, to understand what the financials mean, what does the budget mean, where to get help, because the margin of error now is very thin, right? If you lose $1 now, it could mean life and death for some families, okay? And the other one is, of course, media literacy, to be able to sort out the information that's useful to you versus the information that's not useful to you, because we also live in a consumer world where we are not taught consumer rights, how to protect ourselves against false advertising and all that, right? So we tend to spend beyond our means, and some of our old habits come in, and you know, we buy things that we may not need and all that. Again, the margin error is very thin. All right. And the other thing I'd like to mention before I go into the main gist of my talk is, because the pay hasn't kept up, there is a gap between pay and performance of our people, right? Of the people working in companies. Now, this creates problem in innovation and excellence in service, because the pay does not recognize the whole value of what the offering is. So in accounting terms, workers are seen as part of the product. And if you're seen as part of the product, then you're part of a product to be consumed, then the cheaper, the better. So a lot of companies, a lot of corporate thinking is, the cheaper, the better it is, the more competitive I am. So the worker is packaged together with the product, right? When a worker is so much more, we expect them to be innovative, for example, but we don't pay them enough to go to school to upgrade themselves. Right? And we always assume that whatever money we give them, they'll spend it. The EPF spending lasts only 1-2 months, as has been mentioned. So I think some of these thoughts have to be adjusted, have to be re-looked at, because they're all interconnected. We just can't say the worker doesn't deserve a higher wage, they do not know how to manage it, and therefore keep it low so that we can sell more. And one question we have is, we have been having boom times for the last 20 to 30 years. Mr. Subra has answered the question I want to ask. Where has all the money gone, wealth that was generated in the last 20 to 30 years when we were having boom times before the COVID? And where's the money now to help us? All right, so I'll go into my talk proper, but that was the background in order to give you an idea of how it impacts the individuals. Now, you might want to take a picture of this chart so you can actually look at it in your spare time. On the left-hand side, I have the list of the largest employers, means companies who hire the most employers, right? Like retailers, petroleum factories, post office. All right. All right, so now you can see creeping up, you see Amazon on the left. So you can see it's very traditional businesses. They hire a lot of employers. Now look on the right-hand side, the largest, most valuable companies. Right? Again, Walmart is there, but the technology companies are starting to replace the banks and the energy companies, which were the traditional top companies on Forbes, right? Alphabet is there, right? So they're starting to creep in and replace the banks and the energy firms. So if you look at the two, a very subtle but real change is happening in the global economy, and is exemplified by the entry of Amazon as the largest employer and also the most valuable company, right? So on the one hand, you're traditionally where there are a lot of people like Walmart, you have the logistics people, you have the accounts people, you have the cashiers, you know, the operators and all that, all there, right? Their salaries are all stacked. And then you have the innovators, the programmers, the very high-end jobs, high-value jobs. And so Amazon is now bridging between the two. So what conclusions can we draw from this? Well, number one, the gap between high-value companies and legacy companies is beginning to stretch. So people are willing to pay more now for high-value goods like technology goods rather than the low-value traditional things. Like eating in a restaurant is less valuable now than ordering through a delivery service. Right? Going to online for Amazon is more valuable now than actually going to a bookshop. Okay, so with this gap going, a lot of what you call legacy jobs will go. And the problem is on the high value side, it's not going to replace every single job that is lost, because the high value ones, there's a multiplier effect to what they have, whether you call it automation, computerization, technology, internet, and so on and so forth, right? So that is going to cause a disruption in the employment sector. So I'm just going to highlight this as one of the stresses that all of us will go through. All right, so the UN and what specifically has a problem, what specific problem has the COVID brought? A lot of the problems I mentioned in the previous slide has been occurring even before COVID. Right, the technology has been building up, the shift in jobs has been building up, and COVID has just amplified it. Right, previously there was inertia in going online. The first SARS, we all started to do video conferencing. Then we went back to face because we like traveling and all that. But COVID really brought it home that, you know, we can defy gravity by having this conference here, right? So there's a huge shift now, but the COVID will hit the poorest for years to come. And it'll hit both sides, the informal, the gig economy, and the job economy. Informal is a part-time casual work, and job economy is those salary people. The informal economy, as mentioned by Mr. Subra, they already have minimal savings, so they'll be affected. The access to essential services will be hard hit. The labor income, their food security will be hard hit, and there'll be a higher reliance on public aid. For the rest of the salaried workers, they already have loans up to 43%, as mentioned by one of the previous speakers. The remittance that they send home will be less. The mobility will be less in terms of job mobility, moving up to high income brackets, and so on and so forth. Market access to goods will be less. Right? You can't say it's a globalized market anymore. Right, because buying power and all that, and access to market, plus some protectionism is creeping in, will be curtailed. And basically, there's also a changed skill set. So we need to start upgrading ourselves. We need to understand, or maybe move into different jobs, because some jobs are going to go. Okay. So this is another stress or constraint that's happening. Now, why is the COVID pandemic's effect special? Why should we pay attention to it? Why can't we just put it off as just another event that after a while people will forget? Well, one is it was a global event. Everyone is affected. Its effect is exponential. Right, every weekend now, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you see an exponential spike when people gather and then COVID spread. And this exponential spike has gone global for the last 2.5 years. It's affected every sector of the economy. It is amplifying for technology. It's whatever is positive and negative effects it had, it has been amplifying and it has been multiplying. Right, so there are effects that we have not seen yet. For example, now we are all worried about jobs, savings, and all that. But underlying that, you might have mental health issues or even health issues that once we take care of the normal issues, the other issues might arise, right? So your multiplier of other effects that will come in years to come. Digitization, information and payment, as Dr. Sofian has mentioned, it has got governments to invest heavily into digitization, and basically the investment in digitization in the last 3 months has equaled the last 2 years. Right? There has been a huge investment in microfinance, consumer protection, debt relief, social assistance, and all that, government delivery of services, as well as online commercial like Lazada, like Shopee, and other platforms are available. Okay. There is also dynamic data and markets, right? There's also a lot of distortion of data going out there now. As more life goes online, there's a lot of distortion. So there's a lot more noise that people have to sort out. But having all this, knowing all this that's happened for COVID, what do we need more of? As Mr. Subra mentioned, we need more mobilization and coordination between government, NGO, and private sector. Now, each government, NGO, and private sector now is doing its own thing, right? Because we took COVID as a new normal. So we carry on doing things like normal, right? We look after our community and all that. But then suddenly we find that it's global and exponential, and the only way you can tackle that is if you mobilize and coordinate as a whole. But right now we are not built. We are not built to that. We are still very siloed, right? Now we're tackling a global problem in a very localized manner. Risk management skills. We don't come out of school with natural risk management skills. We don't look at a problem and say, do we mitigate it? Do we avoid it? How do we plan contingency for it, right? We neither can see, we see linearly, we don't see exponential, neither do we look at things as risk to be managed, right? We just go headlong into it. When we're hungry, we eat, right? We don't measure what's the risk of us not having dinner tonight. How do we get around the risk? And financial literacy skills is very important, and counseling and coaching services. Where do we go when we find that we cannot cope? And we find that now even our parents, our teachers don't have the answer. So if they don't have the answer, where do we turn to? Already, there's not enough counseling and coaching services in Malaysia alone, right? Even psychiatric services. And we don't have the habit of turning to such services when needed. And of course, where is the community-based education, which is an important gap in education? Right now, we only have the formal, but what about community skill-based education to help people just get by? All right, so this is what we need more of. 2 more slides. So on this one, I'll just quickly go through that. Suicide in general is going up. There are 2 paths to suicide. One is the ideation, where people start to fall in love with the idea of suicide, and then it moves to intention. So the contributing factors, of course, is social distress, social anxiety. The isolation causes that. In some cases, it helps. The isolation helps, but not in the long run. Sense of self-image. Media exposure is very important. The messages that media pushes out, especially global media, has been increasingly negative. We need more positive messages. Depression, ongoing or new. Substance abuse has gone up during COVID isolation. Of course, comorbidity, other health issues, and also disorders there. Now, there are protective factors like teaching people coping skills. How many of you remember being in school and being taught coping skills for stress and all that, or being actually practiced, or being encouraged to practice that in your workplace? What about your beliefs and attitudes, right? Some of that can be protective. We have seen that in some of our coaches. Their beliefs carry them forward. Having goals and responsibility. Once the goals and responsibilities go during COVID, when you lose your job and all that, that protection layer goes. And so, financial security, of course, is important, or at least knowledge about financial security, so you know exactly how much problem you are at. rather than just reacting. That's financial literacy. Employment, of course, access to counseling and social networks. So these are protective factors. A lot of these protective factors have also been threatened during these COVID times. All right. So contributing factors have gone up, protective factors have gone down. So in a normal situation, as long as we are functional, and form means we are healthy. So if we are functional over a healthy mind, body, we can strategize to move forward if we know financial literacy and media literacy, right? So it's very important to keep people functional, right? You don't have to make sure that they're in the middle class or whatever measures you use. Their health is there and function over form. Then you teach them the strategy to do it. That's the basic thing that people need. All right. So in my last slide, I would like to urge for a reform in the way financial literacy is taught. Look, we've been talking about financial literacy for more than 10 years. I taught it more than 10 years ago. It's never taken off. We don't find students coming in and say, can I have a class on financial literacy? It is time to take it out of the realms of academic and make it a living subject. It is a living subject. So titles like how to earn a living wage, how to save for a rainy day, how to budget for happiness, how to source and look for money, right? And talk about decision-making based on valuation. Teach people the value of value, to value things based on value rather than consumption or desire or attraction, right? We don't talk about value enough. How to manage risk and plan for contingencies. What is risk? Life is all about risk, right? Entrepreneurship versus employability skills. Not just push entrepreneurship as the panacea for everything, but there's also being in an enterprise, being in an employed. These are three options that should be taught simultaneously. You can be an entrepreneur while you're working, right? So there's intrapreneurship. We should teach them how financial institutions work, right? They are not your big brother. They don't walk beside you. They don't walk behind you. They don't support you. They are there. They see you as a consumer, despite their best slogans. We should teach them consumer protection. What are the rights they have as a consumer? And also inside financial literacy, media literacy, and how to manage yourself, stress, goal setting, and so on and so forth. Because the financial question is increasingly at the core of living in this modern society. So we should wrap it around, right, to give them the living skills they need. All right, thank you. Back to you, Brandon. Thank you. Thanks, Brandon. You're muted, Brandon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Law. Thank you very much. I think this is a wonderful sharing. Okay, when you talk about financial literacy, it's not only talking about money, you're also talking beyond that money. Okay, so I especially like to know when you talk about this counseling and coaching, community-based education. I think this community-based education is very important because when people are in financial distress, that will cause them mentally distress as well. So they have nobody to turn to. I think these things we should keep in mind. In future, we can recommend the government. I think the government and the public sector and the private sector should work hand in hand, okay, to work on this. All right. So before we go to the next speaker, I think there is a questions online here. The first question directed by Dr. Noor Aina. She asked, how can financial education contribute to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? Okay, and what we can learn from this pandemic? Okay, again, I forward the questions to three speakers. If you think you can answer, okay. How can financial education contribute to achieving the United Nations Sustainability sustainable development goals. Okay. Anyone want to take these questions? Yeah. We open it for 3 speakers today. Even Dr. No, you can answer it. Yeah. Before your sessions.
I think, Brandon, I think I will answer on the second questions during my presentation. So I would like to...
Okay, sure, no problem. Yeah. So Dr. Low or Mr. Low or Mr. Subramaniam, do you want to answer these questions? You make it more interactive a bit before our next speaker. Otherwise, in this afternoon, everybody falls asleep.
Okay, I'll just like to mention the challenges of saving money. The SDGs include a lot of things, and financial literacy actually touches a lot of it, including the gender inequality, having sustainable livelihoods, and all that, right? So financial literacy is a huge part of a lot of the SDGs. Now, the situation on the ground in a lot of communities in third world countries, if I can still call them that, is that the truth is that the women are the ones who sustain the family. If you give a micro loan to a woman, the chance of her paying it back is much higher than giving it to the man, right? And the women tend to form communities, for example, where every month they contribute, and then one of the families for that month will then take the whole lump sum out for themselves to use. So they have these arrangements among themselves, right? Of course, there are a lot of exceptions where the men are also there. So that is why I say that financial literacy has to have a much broader view to take in consideration all types of communities and not be very specific to the academic where we talk about assets, you know, the poor dad, rich dad sort of concept, passive income and all that, because to a lot of these families, which is they're earning from hand to mouth, their income is very passive anyway because they have no control over it, right? So there's issues of the unbanked, maybe innovative banking and all that. So I agree that financial literacy as it is defined now in terms of its insurance, how to get credit and all that, may not be relevant to a lot of communities as far as SDGs go. And that's why I am suggesting that financial literacy become a bit broader. Yeah, thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, thank you for your explanation. I think this is very important also. Yeah, because we don't stop at the academy level. I think the pragmatic of financial literacy is very important to all levels, especially for the B14 groups. Okay, so now before we go into the next questions, okay, we want to go to the third sessions. Okay, so this is the session sharing by, okay, Dr. Nu Shohaida. Okay, over to you, Dr. Nu.
Right, thank you, Brandon. I will share my screen first. All right, so I really do okay, thank you, Mr. Brandon. Okay, I really do yeah, that's I really do agree with Dr. Subramaniam said that people is actually special. They are like to save during the, you know, during the difficult time. And also yeah, Dr. Ming, I also agree that financial knowledge is the knowledge in for living. Yeah, actually something that we have to very focus. One of the knowledge that very important to everyone. So actually there's a lot we learned from the pandemic, okay, because pandemic shows the disadvantage impact, and the other side also is contribute to good impact on our society. So if you look at in the negative side, some people are excluded from the financial advantage environment because their financial issue they face when the pandemic hit. So whereas interestingly, Malaysia shows the growth statistic of retail traders. For example, as reported by Rakuten Trade Head of Equity Sales, Vincent Lau, Okay, he said that the first movement control order in late March 2020, there was a sharp increase in intraday trading percentage of retail investment, boosting the trading participations of retail investors in Malaysia to over 30% from April 2020 onwards. So this kind of behavior is quite special in Malaysian context. All right, so before we go further, so actually this is what we face right now. According to an online survey done by the Statistic Department of Malaysia that was conducted to 4,094 companies from April to May in 2020, about 53.4% of companies in that survey claimed they would not last more than 2 months if they granted pay or half paid leaves to their workers during the MCO. So if you look at here, it's about 16.5% say they would last less a month. Meanwhile, about 67.8% of businesses reported they did not generate any income during the MCO. So we can relate this situation. We can see it's true that the unemployment numbers of Malaysia, as reported by the Department of Statistics Malaysia in second quarter 2021 this year, was about 764.9 thousand people are currently unemployed. It does increase from 2020 reported numbers, which before is about 610.5 thousand people are jobless. It's now we can see it's about 4.8% of the unemployment rate. So if you look at back, it's a big number, and we can see these people start feeling stressed and impactful from the pandemic. It's more critical when our Prime Minister Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri Yaakob highlighted that about 20%, which represent 580,040 households, are now categorized as B40. So representing approximately about 20% of middle income growth. So people are currently struggling, really affected by a COVID-19 pandemic, which also we can see the long period of pandemic which we face actually contribute to financial disadvantage. Okay, when people still struggle to pay their loans, to survive, and also increase the financial exclusion group who are before being part of the financial inclusion categories. Okay, so it's quite critical right now. So so this is what we faced. Okay, pandemic is here. So, but the question is, did we have been prepared enough before? So let's learn from the previous study done by Ringgit Plus Malaysia Financial Literacy Survey RMFLS 2020. It was found early that about 53% of individual reported cannot survive more than 3 months with their saving if they lost their job. So although the case shows that the increased number of respondents who do not save any money each month is actually slightly improved in numbers compared to 2019, it's about 21% and 19% in 2020, we can conclude that this study shows the behavior of emergency saving provision is slightly increased during the pandemic actually. So this is relate to the what Dr. Subramanian said before. It's so special, okay? So and this research from this study is actually consistent with my previous research finding, which found that one of the direct factor contributing to emergency fund provision behavior is the individual prior experience on unfavorable event. Okay, so in addition, they also found that 46% of Malaysians are spending exactly what they earn or more. So the trend also increased before, which is about 43% in 2019. So even though financial experts encourage and explain the importance of keeping an emergency fund worth at least 3 to 6 months of living expenses, it doesn't seem easy to achieve. Yet, if you look at according to the 2019 study by Bank Negara, 75% of Malaysians doesn't even have 1,000 saved. So, so these situations presented only some of our society financial problems. Therefore, we should encourage the financial literacy awareness among society. So we want people to have basic personal financial management skill, to understand the key concept for financial concept, have financial knowledge, make appropriate financial decisions, and be confident in planning effectively for future financial needs. So now I try to answer Dr. Aina's question. So the question is how to achieve that mission. So I would like to bring previous research reported that financial literacy represents personal financial knowledge, financial attitude, and financial behavior. So it could be suggested that to empower individual habits and attitudes, we may also coordinate financial literacy with financial planning knowledge. All right, so financial planning knowledge, we know that it's already covered three main stages, namely wealth accumulations, wealth preservations, and wealth distribution. So all stages conclude six main areas of personal financial planning process, which is including cash flow and net worth planning, investment planning, planning for protection such as insurance, and if you look at in Islamic one, we call it takaful. So then later the process also include planning for wealth distribution, covering tax and retirement planning, estate planning, and if you look at back to Islamic views, we have zakat, wakaf, and other social contributions to help social development and economic assistance as well. So all the planning are stated from the clear financial goal to achieve financial freedom. So and for Muslim, of course, the objective is to achieve al-falah, which is successful in this world and hereafter. So how we should plan is relate with the current of financial condition, okay, our financial condition. So financial planning is needed in the beginning because it's interrelated in our phase of life. Okay, for instance, our decision to take a financing, okay, will impact our financial health. And if we go in depth, it will also affect our future family legacy. Okay, so if we don't have money to save, we may learn how to increase. As Dr. Ming said, we have to be creative in this life. So actually, we may learn how to increase our cash flow. Then later we will have surplus and try to do it saving investment. So it does sound simple, but actually that's the formula. Okay, that's the formula. So every financial decision made by checking out our financial story. So of course, which focus on our cash flow and net worth. That's very important. So during pandemic, people may now think to increase wealth accumulation activities. Okay, so that's the suggestion. So from these sides, we can see people started to find alternatives to increase their cash flow by involving in businesses. So regards with the story that I told before related to the growth of retail traders in Malaysia during the MCO, according to the CEO of SME Corp Malaysia, Rizal Naini, e-commerce participation among SMEs increased by 3% between March and October 2020 compared to 2019, which is surprisingly, it represents 373,213 entities registered their businesses with Company Commissions of Malaysia under the online category. So people right now are creative, to make money. So so then we can estimate the trend is increasing, and some traditional businesses also does succeed when they shift to the online model and manage to expand their business well. So in another side, okay, if we have more and can save, especially for emergency purpose. So I would like to share my conclusion from my previous research on emergency fund provision behavior. So considering the financial instrument of an emergency fund categories, it should be extended to wider options. Okay, so we can categorize into three types of emergency fund, which namely quick fund, intermediate fund, and comprehensive fund. So and all these emergency fund are categorized based on the liquidity of financial instrument consisting all fund types. So the most liquid is the quick fund, which include cash and saving accounts, for example. So and from my research and survey findings that I done before, I would conclude that Malaysians actually generally are unique in planning for emergency fund. Right. For example, one way of preparing for emergency fund is by holding accessories, specifically gold. Okay, most of respondents in my research stated that they preferred to pawn their gold as collateral to pawnbroker or arahnu if they need money to cover their financial emergency needs later. All right. So, and the gold will be passed to the next generations as inheritance. So, which was practiced from generation to generation. So, this is the beauty of Malaysian. I think the environments of Malaysian people. All right. So, if their parents prepare well, so their children will have an advantage automatically in having asset just after gold are passed to them. So, and therefore, I conclude that I suggested that the gold is considered as one of the instruments that fall under intermediate fund in emergency fund categories that I already explained before. So, this research is currently actually expanded to the other sides of emergency fund understanding among society, and we try to closely discuss how to emphasize the provisions behavior. So, we go back to the financial planning process. The next planning is about how we want to ensure that our family can survive if we're not around anymore. So we start to analyze our open liability to make decisions related to financial protection needs. Okay, then if you look at later, we also may think to contribute to national development by paying tax, for example. And for Muslim, to obey the religion requirement to pay zakah, in addition to seek for God blessing, we also may plan to do more good deeds such as donations and so on. So this is aware. Actually, we can see, we can emphasize the role of financial institution. And right now they are going to that. Okay, we can see now some banks actually have started to be intermediaries between society to society. If we look at that, we can see the development of charity crowdfunding platforms is there right now, such as Bank Islam. They have the Sadaqah House, Maybank with Maybank Herd, Alliance Islamic Bank Berhad. They have social biz, and actually we need more of this initiative. Okay, when we have such a formal and legal platform like this and also safe. So we believe that this platform will help us to avoid scammers outside, okay? Because everybody wants to help everyone right now. So we need this, this kind of alternative, all right? So until we are aware that we need to plan early for our legacy survival. So the process should not stop there. So actually it could be revised again and again as we face lots of uncertainty. So we need to be flexible and plan. So that's the key. We have to be flexible and plan. All right. So then later we hope we manage to achieve the objective of financial literacy to have financial freedom, especially during the retirement period, and so on. And the action should be taken early as possible. All right. So therefore, we need together to enable the literate financial environment. Okay, so consider complexity of our current financial market and financial products. All parties should make it happen. Okay, individuals need to start increase their financial knowledge. Okay, and we know that since educations begin from home, and most financial education research, if you look at before, also found that subjective norms actually shapes individual financial knowledge. So especially young, so it's very important. So parents need to start early to educate their children and how necessary financial knowledge is. And as a parents, also we need to increase or update our knowledge in financial knowledge, especially because we need to update as the financial market is rapidly changing towards the digitalization era. So the society also need to play their essential roles, school teachers, school top management, universities, financial education institutions, financial institutions, and even organizations that highly contributed to the development of society. So they need to share the patience for providing a formal and informal platform for educating people on financial knowledge. So, and we hope that also a government will continuously engage with society and community by providing practical applied approach in the financial education environment, and also help reduce the financial exclusion growth and face the challenge together as the financial market is growing towards the digitalization. So I think that's my response. Thank you, Mr. Brandon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suhaida. Wow, that's a very wonderful sharing. Okay, so I think the more you guys share, so the more excited I am. I feel not enough from you guys, but unfortunately the time is not permitting. Okay, so we are about behind time. All right, so are we going to answer the questions, or we just everybody take one line, okay, to conclude the sessions? Is that okay? Because supposedly we should end at 4:05, but now it's already 4:25. Okay, so to conclude the sessions, okay, so I think financial literacy is not about how to make you rich, okay, but to plan your finance, okay, properly, okay, with the knowledge that we have. All right, so but more importantly is we need to do a lot of savings, okay, no matter how, okay, because this is the only way that can to deliver you from the difficult times, okay. So, and then I think financial literacy is more relevant to the P40 group, because these are the groups that will be affected much, okay, especially during the crisis. All right, so see in future how the public sector and the government sector, the private and the public sector, okay, should work hand in hand, okay, to make it happen. All right, so of course I very agree with Dr. Shuhaida said, because in Malaysia not many people can have a saving for more than 3 months, okay, even if 1 month is very good already. It's because maybe the what they earn cannot make ends meet, okay. So in future they should make more. But how to make more? Because even though we achieve high income nation, okay, by 2025, okay, let's say 12,500 USD, but I think this per capita income, but I think to the P40 group is still very below this target, okay, because the wealth distribution is very different, okay. So thank you very much for your sharing, okay. Can we have all the speakers, okay, to have one or two lines to conclude the sessions, okay? Can we start with Dr. Subramaniam? Dr. Subramaniam? Yeah. Okay. What about we start with Dr. Loh?
Yeah, I would just like to say I think COVID is a very slow car wreck, you know, that we are not used to seeing. All right, imagine the car crashing, but in a very, very slow motion, to the extent that we can't actually comprehend what's going to happen. So I just like to remind everyone of our humanity, and you either integrate or we will disintegrate. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Loh. Dr. Shuhaida?
So I just want to say that I would say that the financial literacy and financial capability are different. Okay, so and financial literacy is shaped by certain factors and can be mediation factor to achieve financial capability. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think everybody will find this session is very meaningful. Okay. I hope the organizer, Amy, okay, next time we have the same fun event, we can have more time. All right. Okay. So now we conclude the sessions, and thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, all the speakers. All right. I wish you a wonderful day. And now back to you, Adi, our MC.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brandon Ng, for such an amazing moderation. And a ton of thanks also to our incredible speakers, Mr. M. Subramaniam, Mr. Loh Sui Meng, and Dr. Noor Shuhada Kamarudin for your insightful sharing on financial literacy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, before we move on, let us watch the following multimedia presentation.
Introducing Yulen Money, the most comprehensive and credible online financial education platform in Malaysia that will guide you to gain personal financial success. The mission of Yulin Money is to create a financial freedom gateway for everyone, and the vision is to be the most preferred platform of choice to acquire financial knowledge and skills among the people within the nation. It is well known for its credibility as it is endorsed and supported by the Ministry of Education and Department of Higher Education or Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi. It has an adaptable learning environment coupled with engaging learning presentations where the courses can be learned anytime, anywhere, across any digital devices. With Yulin Money's 5C key strengths: credibility, conducive, comprehensive, convenient, and cost-effective, you will be able to learn how to manage, maximize, and multiply your finance in no time. So, what are you waiting for? Sign up and enroll now at yulinmoney.com to be a part of the Yulin Money community today. Let's elevate our financial literacy together with Yulin Money.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go on and give our support to Yulin Money. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are interested in joining the MyLIFE membership, remember to please click the link or scan the QR code as we are showing in the slide that's coming up right now. There it is. Yep. So there's the link there and also the QR code. Yeah. Just scan the QR code if you are interested in joining the MyLIFE membership. You may also refer to the chat box. We will put the link in the chat box as well. Yeah. MyLIFE membership application form right there. You can either scan the QR code or you can click on the link, which we will share in the chat box. Now, I would like to proceed to invite our third keynote speaker of today's forum, and she is none other than Dr. Nguyen Tai Puong Lan. Dr. Nguyen Tai Puong Lan is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Management of Multimedia University Cyberjaya campus. She has been a full-time member of the finance unit since 2003. Dr. Lan graduated from RMIT in Australia with a master's degree in finance, and from Multimedia University with a PhD in management, specializing in finance. Besides teaching finance subjects for both undergraduate and MBA courses, she has been active in undergraduate and postgraduate supervision and research in investment, risk management, portfolio management, hedge funds, and fintech. She has participated in various social projects to help underprivileged young adults achieve primary financial education through her academic career. Ladies and gentlemen, here sharing on the financial sustainability, learning from the unexpected, and changing from within the case of Vietnam, please welcome Dr. Nguyen Tai Puong Lan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adi, for a wonderful introduction. Let me just share my screen. Yeah. Right, can you see my screen from your side?
Yeah, you can see it.
Right, okay. So the organizing committees, thank you for having me as keynote speaker for this forums today. And to all ladies and gentlemen, a very good evenings to you all. My name is Nguyen and I'm from Multimedia University. The topic that I would like to share with you today is about financial sustainability, learning from the unexpected and changing from within the case of Vietnam during the pandemic. My presentation will cover 4 areas: COVID-19 in Vietnam's the unexpected, 2 main engines of Vietnam's economy, the role of financial literacy, and the ways to financial sustainability. So let me just start with the first one. Well, there is a saying that when situations would create circumstances. So just let me walk you all through the COVID situations in Vietnam before explaining about the financial circumstances faced by Vietnamese during this time. So Vietnam right now is at the 4th wave of COVID-19 since May 2021. The first wave was somewhere in January last year. The second one is July 2020. The third one is at the beginning of this year, which is 2021. And currently we have been at the 4th wave is still ongoing right now. So for the first 3 waves, the containment of the virus was very successful. And economic hardship appears to be not that severe to Vietnamese citizens until this May 2021. But for the fourth wave that we experience currently, it seems that the containment of the virus is a little bit, seems to be impossible. So for the first wave, it lasts for about 3 months, from January to April 2020. And with the valuable experience that Vietnam's have with SARS back in 2003, the governments of Vietnam responded really quickly to this outbreak. And as a result, the first national lockdown was imposed on April 1st, 2020 for 15 days. 95 million people went into lockdown, under the lockdown for a duration of 15 days. So as a result of these drastic control measures, no death cases and no new cases was reported from the April 15th until the end of July 2020. And that's a very cool, fantastic results for this first lockdown measures. Now, for the second wave, it occurred in Da Nang City. And similar measures, the governments would put Da Nang under lockdown. 1.1 million people was under lockdown for a period of 15 days. And at the end of that, only one death was actually announced in July 31st, right? The economic activities will resume right after that, including international flights. Everything was just back to normal. Now, the third wave occurred in the province called Hai Duong. And this led to the third lockdown, which was imposed somewhere in February 15th, 2021. And Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City was not under lockdown, but only all entertainment activities was banned, right? And then during that time, around March 8th, a vaccination campaign was started. So the number of people was affected by the lockdown is about 0.5 million, and the duration is 15 days. And again, it was successfully, contained, the virus was contained, no further death-related cases, right? But what had happened is, and the miracle that we have for the first 3 lockdowns, I believe that a lot of countries, including America and many countries in Europe, envy Vietnam with the effective work of containing the virus. But however, at the fourth wave, it was hit with the deadly Delta variants. And the spread, it was so bad. And until when the number of cases went up for several thousand in a day, the governments decided to put the countries on lockdown on July 26. So put Ho Chi Minh City, Muslim Ho Chi Minh City, and other 18 provinces around the country, including Hanoi. And then the government did its best, sent all the troops, healthcare workers, including medical students, to go to the south and to help people over there. So number of people was affected under the lockdown, 35 million people estimated, and the period is 3 months. So as a result of this, obviously number of deaths and number of infected cases has been brought down significantly, but the situation still remains very severe until now, and many economic activities was paralyzed as a result of the 3 months lockdown period. So, well, the economic hardship experienced everyone in the country across all provinces. But the experience of people from 2 big cities in Vietnam, Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh cities, provides some important observations. So I'm going to show you some of heartbreaking images. Now, those images came somewhere between October 1st and October 6th, 2021. This is a square just a few days before the official lockdown was lifted on October 4th. People would just so desperately try to flee Ho Chi Minh City. Desperately flee Ho Chi Minh City. They could sustain their life. They couldn't pay for their rental, not even could pay for their food. And some of them was willing to just walk on foot all the way for a few days, for several days, just to reach to their hometown. That's how desperate that people were in Ho Chi Minh City. But there's overwhelming pictures. Okay, we don't have overwhelming scenario. It don't happen in Hanoi City. Then I asked myself question why. We just pose the question why. Let me, my probably just give you some statistical statistics on the population density in Vietnam. So this map here is provided by Columbia Universities. The maroon shaded lines, the maroon shaded areas, refer to the most populated area, the population density in Vietnam. And you can see on the map itself, most populated cities in Vietnam are Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. And Hanoi has about 8.4 million people, and Ho Chi Minh City have about 8.8 million people. Now, according to Wikipedia, in Hanoi, roughly about 50% of its population came from those cities around Hanoi, those provinces around Hanoi. And for Ho Chi Minh City, only 21% of people in Ho Chi Minh City came from other cities nearby, other provinces nearby. So naturally, we would think that when the lockdown period was lifted, then more people would flee from Hanoi as compared to people flee from Ho Chi Minh City. But we're going to see the reality was totally different, right? So let me just explain that maybe the culture and the lifestyle would be influenced very much with the history and geographical locations. Right, this is based on the Deloitte's Vietnam's consumer survey, right? Now, southern Vietnam was really less affected during the Vietnam War and was very blessed with fertile land, with perfect weather and perfect weather for plantations, for crops, for agriculture. And as a result, people there in Ho Chi Minh City, they're very happy people, the easygoing people, they don't worry people. And therefore, they just have, normally they have a short-term financial plans. They prefer to spend on practical needs, on entertainment. They prefer to rent a house rather than buying a house. They have no income or low income, no emergency fund at all. Whereas on the other side of the country, the northern part of Vietnam was heavily destroyed and affected during the war. And the weather was really harsh. Typhoons, floods, landslide, you can name it. The country was that part of the country experienced almost on a yearly basis. And as a result, people over there was a little bit more sophisticated. They're worrisome people. They think about long-term financial plans. They spend more on the things that can last for a long time. They spend on things that they can treasure, luxury goods. They prefer to own a place rather than renting a place. They would save more and they would have more emergency fund. So they might probably would explain something about why people in Ho Chi Minh City couldn't sustain even only after 3 months of lockdown period. Now, let me just go through labor markets in Vietnam. Now, with a population of around 95, now it's probably 98 million people, 69% of the populations are from between 15 to 64 years of age. This is a working age. This is working age. Now, according to the Statistics Department of Vietnam, this is a this recorded number of people who are employed between quarters 1, 2020 to quarter 2, 2021. So roughly ranging from 49 million to 52 million people are in the workforce. I'm just do a really simple math calculations. This means that there could be 14 to 16 million are not employees or higher workers. So which group of people in the country would be less unlikely to be affected by this COVID-19? Now, this is according to Asian Development Bank. Vietnam was the third country, among the top 3 countries in ASEAN countries, will have the largest number of populations in the government sector, working in the government sectors. Around 11 million government employees, roughly about 11.5% of the total population. Now, this came out with Ministry of Finance, right, for this year 2021. The estimated emoluments, pension, salary for government employees was around 44, the equivalent, converted to US dollars, about 44 million US dollars. Now that would account for about 61.4% of the total government's budgets. And that is very much, this is a lot. Now I will just give you some of the figures for Malaysia. On Malaysia's side, you have only 36.4% of Malaysian government expenditures was emoluments. That's according to Ministry of Finance, I think we just announced recently. So if you have huge amount of budgets allocated for the government sector, government employees, that also means it's really good that we would have more, the country have more non-financial aid and support. But also, it also means there would be a constraint on the financial support when during this kind of crisis happen, during this kind of pandemic, during the hard time. So that might probably would shortage of financial aids in that way. Now, for Vietnam, according to the recent statistics released by the Statistics Departments of Vietnam, 9.1 million people were badly affected by COVID-19. And obviously, most of them are from the very vulnerable group, a very disadvantaged group, the people who have no skill or low skill, people like street vendors, like small traders. And those vulnerable groups here, definitely, they would be affected, and especially during all these social distancing measures are in place. The most affected group of people. So now what's the role of financial literacy? Now, according to the latest studies by Asian development banks, on the financial literacy for Vietnam and Cambodia, now, this is number of results that they concluded for the Vietnam case. This is, a very recent one, it's 2019. From the sample that they, the survey, they found that 36% of a sample, the people that, that they interview have financial knowledge. And for financial literacy score, Vietnam scored at 12.67 out of 21, which is pretty low because this is below the average score of 13.3 for 30 countries was in the survey for OECD study back in 2016, 12.67. Now, if we look into between the score between the urban and the rural area, I will see that urban people have more financial knowledge, they have higher financial literacy score. If you look into the education line, the more education that people have, the higher financial knowledge that they would have. The higher the financial literacy score they would achieve. So education has got something to do with that financial literacy. And also look at the summary, the finding of this research. They found that about 25% of people they interview have no saving. And people who have formal saving, they put money into the bank, is only 10.1%. So the rest you have informal saving or some sort of saving, maybe probably put somewhere, under pillows or put somewhere, in the garden or whatever it is. So it means that formal saving, no saving rate in Vietnam is very low. So, well, then you're going to brought us back into what are the things that will lead to that low financial literacy score. Now, according to the study of OECD 2005 and Financial Literacy Foundations 2007, these are the factors: place of birth, education, income, employment, etc. They have impact. They are contributing factors to the level of financial literacy. So just now, some of you say what financial literacy is about know-how and about know what. Know-how and know what. But that know-how and know what need to be transferred and translated to as positive financial behavior. If you don't have positive and financial behavior, then you will not be able to achieve a well-being. So how to achieve the United, the UN, the United Nations goal on financial freedom and well-being? I would say that you need to transfer all that financial literacy into financial behavior, positive financial behavior. But what I observe more, extra factors that contributes to that financial behaviors is lifestyle and culture in the case of Vietnam. Because lifestyle and culture will contribute to the risk tolerance. And that risk tolerance, risk adverse, could have impact on the financial behavior. So among all of that factors that contributes to the well-being, there's one factor will stand out among all of them, I would say, that's the educations. Because these educations would determine for the rest. The higher education you have, the better job that you're gonna get, better employment you're gonna get, better income you're gonna get. Maybe you get a better spouse with, with educated spouse, for example. Or to influence that, you will have a higher financial literacy. And the cause of that, if you have a higher level education, you're thinking your way of, your lifestyle, you will be able to tune down, you will be able to do what you could have a rational kind of lifestyle that would lead to, a better financial behavior, So therefore, I want to look also what is the education, what it called status in Vietnam. So let me just walk you through the population, what it called, this I get it from the Statistic Department of Vietnam. 85% of population is aging from 15 and above that were graduated from primary up to the college university. If you look at the breakdown over here, 19.3% who actually graduated from college and university. Now, this percentage is pretty low because as compared to other neighbor countries, such as Thailand, if you look out for Thailand, it's about 43%. If you look out for Malaysia, Malaysia had 48%. But people are graduating from college and university. So the rest of that in Vietnam, 17.2% from high school, 28.5% from secondary school, and 20% from primary school. Now look at the curriculum in what you call 12-year school program. So I try to just translate and calculate. This is based on 12-year program and see where the financial education could be detected. And I couldn't find in any way of this point. So my assumption is probably that would fall into that 19.3% of the populations in college and university. They might probably will be exposed to some level of financial education. And again, we're back to this population is too low as compared to the rest of other countries in the neighborhood, right? So therefore, we say, what are ways to go to achieve a financial stability, sustainability in Vietnam? Number one, what I see is first education, that you need to promote higher education because when more people going to university, more people going to college, they will have higher skill. They will be high skill workforce. They will earn more money. They got more money to think and worry about. And then they would definitely, naturally, they will learn how to manage their money. But for the poor, we don't have money to manage. How are we going to do financial planning, right? The second one is next, the country need to promote financial education. And no doubt in the recent year, in the past 10 years, there's many kind of financial education that has popped out across the country. But most of them, the pop outs, and that would have to, if they can approach, this is just only like out of the school curriculum, or out of, or maybe in the community, it's organized by community, by some organization. But if you can make it some sort of like for a component in a high school, all right, or in the university educations, and that such kind of education should even be spread out to even the rural and low-income group. This is the most vulnerable group, and they need more than anyone else how to manage their budget, how to manage their money, how to, their financial well-being. So financial education is very important. Okay, and need to be introduced early. But what is very important that we can start anywhere and anytime in any family, that is, you need to promote the positive financial behavior, such as from saving, insurance, retirement, spending, credit management, or investment. Because everything will start from family, right? So if you be cultivated, you're encouraged by your parents. You're not pampered by your parents. Your parents encourage you to be empowered, to be empowered, to be on your own feet, to have your own job, to work for your own self and manage your own money. And that, from that attitude, when they have that right attitude, then the rest will come in, will fall into the place. So again, from financial, let's say financial literacy is about know-how and know what, but it needs to be transferred to as a positive behavior. And when you have that positive financial behavior, then only will be able to achieve financial freedom or well-being. So with that, I would like to thank you. And I would want to end my presentation with a quote from Robert Frost. The best way out is always true. So the best way for us to be resilient, to be sustainable, to be able to cope up with similar kind of pandemic in the future, is to go through this, to learn through this, to learn all the mistakes that we make and to change the way that we do things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nguyen T. Puang Lan, for the enlightening sharing. It's fantastic hearing you. And that Robert Frost quote at the end was certainly apt to this situation right now. We have to go through it. There's no way to go about it but through it. And we will definitely go through it, and we'll see each other successfully at the other side. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our fourth keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Shaista Wasiuzaman. Dr. Shaista is an assistant professor at the School of Business, University of Technology, Brunei. Her research interests cover issues in financial management, investment, and personal financial planning. She has contributed to the development of the Brunei Darussalam Financial Literacy Competency Framework for school children and adults as a working committee member. She has also conducted research in the area of financial well-being and financial literacy in Brunei. Ladies and gentlemen, sharing her topic on financial well-being and financial literacy in Brunei, managing in uncertain times, please welcome Dr. Shaista Wasiuzaman.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. I'll get straight into my presentation so that hopefully we can finish by 6 o'clock. So I hope you can see my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, so I'll be talking about financial well-being and financial literacy in Brunei, and I'll also touch a bit on COVID-19, how Brunei was and is still being affected by COVID-19. But my focus will be more on the first wave of COVID-19, because currently the second wave it's still going through. So so we will only be seeing we'll understand more of the effects once within a few months maybe. All right. So I'll start with financial well-being. Okay, hold on. Okay, so financial well-being, as we know, is it's supposed to be the ultimate measure of to evaluate financial wealth, and it's a subjective measure which is commonly divided into two facets, which is financial anxiety about the current financial matters and financial security about one's future financial situation. Right. So the thing is that financial well-being, for the case of Brunei, actually Brunei realized the importance of financial well-being even before COVID hit Brunei. Right. The thing is that because a lot of people, I'm sure, when other ASEAN countries or in anywhere else, when you say you're from Brunei, they'll be like, oh, it's a rich country. We know it's a rich country because it's got natural resources of oil and gas, and it has a small population of approximately 453,600 people. So according to the World Bank, it has one of the highest GDP per capita within the region at $62,243 in year 2020. And Brunei actually has a Vision 2035, which it aims to transform the country to be known throughout the world as a nation whose people are educated, highly skilled, and successful, measured by the highest international standards. And the people enjoy the high quality of life that are among the world's top 10 countries. It also aims to have, achieve a dynamic and sustainable economy. The people of Brunei are very lucky because they enjoy substantial social welfare protection. They have protection related to the education system, so they get free education even until university level. The locals, once they get into the university, they get allowances, they don't pay fees and so on. Right, and there is also protection for housing provision, free health system. The health system is, it's provided as well, so it's free as well. So there's retirement packages and pensions for aged and disabled population. On top of all that, you have no personal income tax in Brunei, and petrol is very, very cheap. It's even cheaper than a bottle of water in Brunei. All right. So I'm sure when people are hearing all this, they'll be like, oh, then there's nothing to worry about, right? Given that, the government is really taking care of the people, so you don't have to worry about the present or the future. All right. So, but the thing is that one thing that has to be kept in mind is that, the social welfare system that is provided by the government is actually fully sponsored by the government. You see, there's no income tax, right? So, the people are not contributing to the money that actually goes into protecting into providing the social welfare system. And the government's money comes from, it's highly dependent on its oil and gas revenues, right? When oil and gas prices drop, so the government has less money, right? So in the past few years, there's been budget deficits due to fluctuations in oil and gas prices. And one other issue with being highly dependent on oil and gas revenues is that there's overemphasis on the hydrocarbon sector. So other sectors are actually not as what do you call it? So you have other sectors that don't really play that much role in the economy. So you have a stagnation of other clusters, and you have a shrinking job market. So you have a high percentage of people who are employed by the government or by the oil sector, but you have less who are in the private sector. So there's Brunei has the highest unemployment rate in the ASEAN region, where with the unemployment rate in Brunei increasing since year 2000. So as of December 2020, the unemployment rate in Brunei was 8.37%, with youth unemployment being at 21.7%. So despite all the good things, you can see all the good things that's being given, that's being provided. It's quite obvious if there is continuous dependence on the oil and gas revenues only, and if in the future you have oil and gas prices going down, or there is you don't have much oil reserves anymore, or if it runs out, then I think the people are going to be in trouble, right? So it's very important for the people to understand the importance of financial well-being. All right, so the government actually understood this. I mean, it's obvious, because if you're having deficits, you know that something needs to be done. So the government actually started trying to get the people, to understand better their own financial well-being and all. So and also help the people. So in 2010, it introduced the supplementary contributory pensions and old age pensions. And in 2015, it implemented the total debt service ratio, where because I think it happens in Malaysia as well, where people just keep on taking loans, so you get into a debt trap. And so the Brunei government realized that. So the Brunei Darussalam Central Bank, at that time it was called the Authority Monetary Brunei, so Brunei Darussalam. All right, so it implemented the total debt service ratio, so with the aim to protect the Bruneians from falling into a debt trap. So there was a cap of 60%, where borrowers with a minimum of net monthly income of 1,750 could only borrow to a maximum of 60% of their salary, of their income. In 2018, the Ministry of Finance and Economy introduced the bi-monthly salary payment. So that means, instead of getting your salary, this is mainly for government servants. So instead of getting a salary, at the end of the month, there was salary every 2 weeks. So the reason for this was to increase the effectiveness of cash flow management, to finance daily expenses, and to facilitate spending planning. Okay, so the thing is that we did a study recently, although it's not been published yet. So we studied we studied on the financial well-being and financial literacy of Brunei. And so we got around like 400 responses. So what we saw, this is the part on financial well-being. So with one, it was a Likert scale question. So it was 1 being completely disagree, strongly disagree, and 5 being strongly agree. So you can see most of these questions which related to financial planning is showing that the financial well-being is not really good. All right, so most of them are less than 3, and less than 3 would mean that that they don't think that they have the money or the resource, the finances to last them if anything happens. All right, so financial literacy is actually very important if you if you want to manage in times of crisis, like what everybody's been saying today. So you've got the COVID-19 you got the COVID-19 crisis, and of course people are affected. The finances of people are affected. So financial literacy is very, very important. So we have there's been studies that have shown that individuals with low levels of financial ignorance, they take a more active approach in managing the finance. They search for and take advantage of the advice on how to cope with decreased income and increased financial uncertainty. So if they have the relevant knowledge, then they would be able to cope better during times of financial crisis. So what's the state of financial literacy in Brunei, and what are the efforts that have been taken? Okay, the current state of financial literacy, studies have been done by the Brunei Darussalam Central Bank. I think there was a recent one as well, but the one that we have, the published one, was in year 2015. It found that 49% of Bruneian households have no savings. 60% will only be able to cover 2 months of expenses or less if they lost their income. And only 53% of the households surveyed are found to have a budget and someone responsible for the budget. Right, so of course, looking at this result, so the government again sprang into action and tried to improve the financial literacy, and it's still doing it. It's improve the financial literacy of the local people. Right, so what are the efforts that the government has taken? In 2016, they introduced roadshows and financial fun fairs to promote a financially literate generation mindset or culture. And they also led financial planning talks to improve awareness about financial planning and get rich quick schemes. Now, recently, the one I've been involved in was in April 2021. So the Ministry of Education launched the Brunei Darussalam Financial Literacy Competency Framework for school children and adults. So what they want to do is they want to nip the problem in the bud itself. So that means that, get, provide financial education in schools, make it a must that schools must have some form, in every level, there would be some education, some literacy being imparted to the students. Right, so they have started with the primary schools. They will this year, I think they're going to start. Next year they're going to start with the secondary schools, and then after that they're going to go for higher education institutions. So all this was all this was done in an effort to increase knowledge and skills on the importance of orderly and systematic financial management. Okay, so let's go to COVID now. So as everybody knows, COVID has had a huge impact on the economy, and a lot of people have lost jobs. You have schools have closed, and a lot of countries' economies have been affected. All right, and the predictions that have been done is that not just the predictions, but what we see currently is that 50% of students are still affected by school closures. So this was done. This was done by an organization. Can't really see, by UNESCO, right? So you have the climate is affected, and then you have poverty. So the thing that we're focusing on is that it's expected that 135 million people will be pushed into poverty by 2030. Right. So this was COVID and how it impacted all of around the world, right? So what was the impact of COVID on Brunei? So just like every other country, of course, Brunei was affected as well, but mostly the sectors that were affected was the hospitality, the tourism, and the event management and the sports sector. So they were more severely affected. Now, one of the things is that tourists in Brunei, so Brunei is not really a very, it's not a place where a lot of tourists come, but the majority of the tourists that come to Brunei came from China. So obviously China was the epicenter of the virus. So the the tourism industry, the hospitality industry was affected. Aside from that, because of COVID and also because of other problems, oil and gas prices continued to fall during this period. So of course you had unemployment escalating during this period, right? And Brunei also, of course, just to stem the spread of the virus, so there was a closing of the borders with the neighbors. So that's mostly with Sabah and Sarawak, which is Malaysia lah. All right. So of course the government came in to help with this COVID situation. So in the first, this is on the this is related to the first wave, but also for the second wave, it's also helping out as well. So there were economic relief packages which comprise of fiscal and monetary measures amounting to $450 million to support both individuals and affected businesses. Affected business sectors during the first wave in March 2020. All right, so there were deferments in loan payments and loan restructuring. There were delayed in payment of employee contributions. So it allowed delayed payment of employee contributions. There were salary subsidies to MSMEs, so that so the government help pay a percentage of the salaries to the for the MSME employees, and there were utility discounts and tax discounts. Okay. So, so just like every other country, Brunei also was affected, and the government did come in to help. But there were some positive effects as well. So some of the positive effects, aside from, of course, the government coming in to help, was that we had NGOs. We had what do you call this? Government-linked companies and other organizations and all. They came in to help out. So we had the buy local produce campaign to assist traders and farmers in buying and selling the produce. Now you have to, I don't know whether you know, but a lot of the things in Brunei are actually imported. So a lot of food and clothes and stuff. All these are more, we have a lot more imported stuff than local produced things. So of course, when everything's closed, when you close the border, right? So there's less things coming in from abroad. So there's more focus on the local production. So what do you call it? So and then we also had the launching of the e-commerce platform, Community for Brunei by Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam in April 2020, which is relaunched again in March 2021 to continue providing support and opportunities not only to businesses but the Brunei community as a whole. Now the other thing was that businesses switched to online platforms to ensure continued business operations. So what was the positive economic impact was that because we have less imports, so there's domestic consumption increased. Because we do not have tourists are not coming in because borders are closed, so you have local community-based tourism increased. And Bruneians love to go out on during December holidays, June, July holidays. They like to go out. They need to go somewhere. So because they couldn't go out, so it's more of local community-based tourism. So that generated more income for the owners and created job opportunities for the community. Now, I don't know whether it's the same case in other countries or not, but there's a high percentage of foreign workers in Brunei. And actually, during COVID, the foreign workers were quite affected as well, especially, when you have closing of borders and you don't allow foreign workers to come in if they're already outside of Brunei. So what happened is that the employers had to look at the local market for their employees. And it helped that finally the young people in Brunei, the youth and the job seekers in Brunei, they started having a change in the mindset where they said, okay, it's not just government jobs that we want, so we don't mind going for private jobs, jobs in private companies as well. So so 65% of the vacancies at Brunei's job center were filled. Right now, of course, another good thing is because one of the good things that was there that was felt was that because of the domestic consumption, Bruneians love to go to Miri, to Limbang to do all the shopping and stuff, right? So because the border was closed, they couldn't do this, so it was more within the country. So it actually helped the local economy. So we're looking at the positive side of COVID. So so my point here is that we've all been saying that COVID is, uncertain times. But I'll just like to, quote, you just repeat what Simon Sinek said. I don't know whether you know Simon Sinek. He's quite famous motivational speaker, and I think I agree with him. So the current COVID pandemic, we say it's uncertain times, but then all times are actually uncertain, right? So there's never been a time in history that ever had certainty. So instead of thinking, what can we learn from this, or what's it's so uncertain, how can we go from here? We should actually be asking ourselves these questions all the time. Are we prepared for the definite uncertainty? Do we have insurance? Do we have savings? And do we have the right mindset to deal or tackle or manage the uncertainty? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shaisa Waizuzaman, for the informative sharing. Wonderful. And we hope that we've learned a lot. We heard from Vietnam and now we've heard from Brunei, and we hope that we can actually glean all of the positive things from here. And we hope to actually bring this to a satisfying conclusion for everyone in the region, especially when it comes to managing financial literacy during the pandemic. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Shaista. Now, before we move on, let's watch another multimedia presentation from the organizer.
Feeling clueless on how to spend your 150 ringgit? Think of buying yourself a nice meal? Online shopping? Gadgets? How about investing in yourself with financial knowledge via Money to Youth? Yes, you can start to learn and earn money with Money to Youth. It's easy. Money to Youth is an online financial course specially curated by You Learn Money for high school, college and university students. Available in 3 medium languages, English, Bahasa, and Mandarin, the Money to Youth offers you great deals and discounts up to 85%. Comes with 3 levels of money tips lesson and 66 learning videos with 100 quizzes.
I found that You Learn Money, Manipulative Capital, or the learning topics provided were top financial training topics.
With 3 levels, and definitely learned a lot. So with Money to Youth program, I'm able to learn money management and also enhance my English proficiency at the same time.
Now you can learn money, earn money on You Learn Money. Happy learning!
Complete the course and you will get a digital certificate. Refer your friend to become our affiliate and get a 10 ringgit referral fees. Wait no more. Visit us at these links and join us.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, You Learn Money. Now, moving on, we will now proceed with the second panel discussion with our thought leaders and researchers, all on the issues of financial literacy. The moderator of this panel discussion is none other than Mr. Jason Quay, the Assistant Honorary Secretary of Malaysian Literacy in Financial Education Association, or MyLIFE. Now, allow me to introduce the speakers here. The first speaker of the panel session is Dr. Wan Rashidah Wan Nawang, lecturer of the Faculty of Economics and Muamalat at University Science Islam Malaysia. Now, she received her PhD in Business Management from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. Her main research interests are in the area of financial services marketing, and consumer behavior. Currently, she and her team are working on research on consumer spending behavior and financial vulnerability among Malaysians. This research is funded by Agency Counselling dan Pengurusan Kredit, or AKPK. Our second speaker of the panel session is Mr. Aung Kiao Wu, Director of John Partners Academy, or JPA. Mr. Aung is one of the founders of JPA, which is a leading private institution for bankers and finance professionals in Myanmar. Our third speaker of the panel session is none other than Ms. Amy Siok, the founding chairman of MyLIFE Association. Ms. Amy Siok is also the founder and publisher of Malaysia's established financial investment magazine known as Money Compass. She has a strong network in the media and financial services for the past 15 years, particularly with regard to the financial institutions and financial services industry. Furthermore, she has an excellent experience and a strong connection in working with various related government bodies and financial associations. An amazing woman, I tell you. Suffice to say, she is an industrial elite that consistently contributes towards the growth of the financial services and SME industry in Malaysia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to pass the floor over to our moderator, Mr. Jason Quay. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Adi Effendi. I like your energy. Since 2 o'clock until now, we are at 5:19 right now. I love your energy. You are very energetic. Okay. Good afternoon to Amy, our founding chairman of MyLIFE, and also our senior eminent advisor of MyLIFE, Datuk Sri Ramachandran. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you, Dr. Shaita, for the speedy presentation just now, to give way to our last session on this forum panel speakers. And even though it was speedy presentation, but I hear you clearly that most probably Brunei is the first country over the region that we have the financial planning or financial literacy programs as an official program or the formal program in the schooling system. Yeah, and as well as I think some of us that we heard from the news yesterday, our Deputy Minister of Education also proposed our financial planning program in 6 modules to be conducted in primary school as well as high school. And this is a very good news to elevate the financial literacy level of Malaysian, starting from the schooling system. Okay, today is a very wonderful program, and I myself, I do learn a lot sitting here from the 2 o'clock until now, from all the intellectual experts and professionals sharing all their researches and also their findings, as well as presenting the statistics of what's happening over the regions. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite our 3 speakers into this forum session. And in this forum session, we are conducted into, we have 10 questions. We have 6 questions, 2 questions to be addressed to each speaker, and each question to be given 10 minutes so that we can have our time control and then to give way to our closing speakers. Okay, first of all, with the theme today of the Financial Literacy Asian Forum 2021, Financial Literacy in the Time of Pandemic, what lessons have we learned? Okay, I'd like to address the first question to Mr. Aung. Mr. Aung, okay, as someone running a private training institute for bankers and professionals in Myanmar, the first question, as you can see, in the past 28 financial crises, fiscal policy was wisely managed in the region to reduce the impacts of inflation. But in this pandemic, the supply disruption was badly affected from the lockdown and lockdowns again. Furthermore, lately, those supply shortage of different countries includes world manufacturers, which is China, on the electricity cut today. This would likely push the inflation further. Mr. Aung, what is your view on this inflation and what is your advice for our community?
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much. It's a very good question. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank all our organizers because this has been a very amazing forum. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, let me share my screen. Okay, for my discussion, okay, I'd like to say that this is my part. I would try to explain without any technical jargons or without sounding too academic, because I just hope that this one, I'm driving the message for an average person who is not a finance professor or who is not a finance professional. Okay, so first of all, what I'd like to highlight is that, okay, the first thing is that we have to be careful about inflation. Why? Because during this pandemic, we have seen that there has been a huge disruption in the supply chain. So this supply chain disruption is driving up all the prices, especially for those that is important, like essential goods. Like for example, say, just for example, okay, like for say medical supplies, for example, say COVID-related, like say oxygen or all the medical supplies. So that's quite important because this is affecting those products or services which may be essential even for our day-to-day survival. Okay, so that's one thing I like to highlight. And another one that I like to highlight is that, okay, going hand in hand with this supply chain disruptions, we are facing energy crisis also. Because if you look at the news, you see China is having a huge energy crisis during the past maybe 2-3 weeks. So it would drive up all the energy prices, which in turn will push the inflation a bit higher. So based on the information from the Economic Intelligence Unit, so we can see that many countries in Asia will be facing inflation in varying degrees. Some countries will face higher inflation, and some countries will face a little bit lower inflation. But as an investor and average Joe, average person, we need to be careful about inflation when we are making investment decisions. And another point that I'd like to highlight is the diversification. Because you see, normally under normal circumstances, yes, diversification is recommended, it's good, it's a must-have. But during COVID crisis, you can see that diversification becomes even more so important. Why? Because look at this chart, okay? Look at this chart. This information is comparing the average, the gold prices with the US 10-year yields. Okay, so based on this one, okay, when you are an average investor, when you are making investments, it shows that, okay, other than like buying stocks, bonds, or whatever the traditional investment that you normally tend to make, it pays to diversify, because certain stock markets may or may not perform according to your expectations. So diversification, for example, say you look at safe havens, like for example, say gold or maybe property. Because even looking at the ASEAN countries, okay, now property prices, you can see them climbing. Okay, the gold prices during the COVID has been pretty high. So these are the two things that as an average Joe, you need to be carefully consider when you're making investments during the COVID pandemic. Thank you very much.
I definitely agree with you, Mr. Ao. Very, very enlightening information that diversification is in our portfolio is very important. As we understand, there is always an economic clock. When the price come down, as the economic clock of 6 o'clock, then after 6 o'clock, they'll be heading up. So from time to time, in the different portfolio, we should have the diversification or the portfolio mix, so that when certain investment is low, then we have other investment which is heading up. Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'd like to address the subsequent question, the second question to Dr. Wan. Dr. Wan, okay, as a lecturer in the Faculty of Economy and Muamalat, okay, from the perspective of individual economy, personal individual economy, who among the community are likely facing financial stress during this pandemic lockdown? And what are the reasons that these particular groups that facing such financial stress? Dr. Wan.
Okay, thank you so much, Jason, for the question. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you to also to Mr. Adi for the introduction. Thank you to the organizer for inviting me, and it is a great pleasure to be here and to share my thoughts and views on the topic with all the participants of FLAF 2021. To answer the question, I would like to share my screen.
Please.
All right. So, okay, before I answer the question, I would like to give a general overview of the COVID-19 pandemic and the nation's economic situation at the moment. Yeah? The COVID-19 is such a historic phenomenon, very shocking and unexpected health crisis that no one is prepared for. Yeah? We are very well prepared for financial crisis because we can predict financial crisis. Financial crisis normally happen every 8 to 10 years, and we are well aware of that, and we are very well prepared for normal people, for general public, I would say. But for this COVID-19 pandemic, it creates havoc, sparking fears, anxiety, and panic around the world. It spreads very quickly and very deadly, and daily cases of COVID-19 is increasing rapidly, as well as the death rate. And because of this, most of the countries in the world, they impose the lockdowns, or in Malaysia, we call it as MCO, Movement Control Order. And with this Movement Control Order, it comes with a strict restrictions. Yeah. For example, the business are forced to close down, and the people were forced and obligated to stay at home. So when the businesses are closing down, yeah, and people cannot go to work, yeah, and some of the businesses, they close down not for a short time, and some even close for forever. And because of this situation, there's a lot of report has been issued, yeah, by many academics as well as practitioners. For example, the report by Employment Insurance System, yeah, they did a study during the first quarter of 2020, where the COVID-19 situation at the beginning. And they found out that 29% of the people among the workers aged 30 years old, they lost their job. And also another report by Department of Statistics Malaysia reported on the unemployment that increased, yeah, from 1 month to the other month. For example, in February 2020, the unemployment rate increased to 3.3%, and 1 month after that, it increased to 3.9%. Yeah? And also, this kind of situation, it will result in an increased amount of debt among Malaysians. And because of this situation, the economists, they concluded that the COVID-19 impact on economy is greater than the Great Depression of the 1930s. Okay, coming back to the question, who are having financial stress among our community? I would say that every single one of us are affected financially, economically, emotionally, and mentally with the pandemic and also the MCOs. Yeah? We have a series of MCOs in Malaysia, and it doesn't matter to which income category that we belong to. Okay? Although we are from the top 20 or the bottom 40, but every one of us is affected. Okay? Who would have thought that the pilot would and the crew would lose their job during the pandemic? Okay?
True.
Okay. However, among us, I would say there are communities who are very much affected financially and having higher financial stress. Let me share with you the interesting findings on the study carried out by AKPK, Agency Counseling and Urusan Credit, or in English we call it as Credit Counseling and Debt Management, in year 2020, which was last year. The research was conducted among Malaysians aged 80 to 60 years old, and they reported 4 major findings from their study. The first one is financial stress is increased 35% among Malaysians since the pandemic started in January 2020. Meaning to say that even before the pandemic, Malaysians are already having financial stress. And due to the pandemic, it makes even worse, the situation even worse because of financial stress. And also due to high cost of living, coupled with low income, it causes people to be financially stressed. Although the income is increasing every year, but the increment is very minimal. And also it cannot match rise in the cost of living. And due to the high cost of living and low salary, it's almost very impossible for people, for the general people, to save money. If you don't have money surplus, how can you save? Yeah? How to save when you have no money for food? Yeah? That's as easy as that. Okay, and the third one is those who are the young workers, yeah, age 29 and below, with a very low salary, and they also have a behavior of overspending. They're also very vulnerable and having financial stress during the pandemic. And finally, workers aged 30 to 39 years old have the highest among all in terms of financial stress, because they have existing loans, yeah, because they are very stable in their career, yeah? And also at the same time, they have families, yeah? They have independent that they have to look after. So they, during the pandemic, with the loss of jobs or also reducing in terms of incomes, they are having financial stress as well. And I would like to add, there are three more groups that I believe having high financial stress. Yeah? For example, here is the self-employed individual. According to Department of Statistics 2020, 71.4% of the self-employed individuals, they have savings that can last in only 4 weeks. Yeah? Because nobody can predict the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and no one is prepared for it. Yeah? We thought that at the beginning, the COVID-19 is only a flu virus that will go away very soon. And it turns out that it has stayed with us for almost 2 years, yeah? Surprisingly. And also those small businesses, entrepreneurs, the street or roadside hawkers who sell nasi lemak or mee goreng and the likes, they are also very vulnerable and having financial stress. Yeah? And this group, they receive their income on a daily basis. If they close down their shop for a day, they don't have an income for that particular day. So when we have MCOs, yeah, the government imposed the first series of MCO with 3 months, what is it? Staying at home, yeah, quarantine and everything. And then, so can you imagine that they were not allowed to open the business for 3 months. So how are they going to survive? So they are having financial stress. And finally is the workers who earn a minimum wage of 1,200. This group also having financial stress when, what more if they are living in an urban area. Okay? Without income, they cannot support themselves as well as they cannot support the family if they have a family. So in conclusion, I would like to say that financial hardship relates to poverty and financial stress. And financial stress will lead to more problems later, such as mental health, as Dr. Meng mentioned just now, and also in terms of depression, anxiety, low esteem, low self-esteem, and even suicide. And as I mentioned earlier, that even prior than pandemic, Malaysians, they have not shown strong financial discipline. What more during the pandemic? People thought that they are financially literate, but a lot of research that has been done by the academics as well as the practitioners show otherwise. Yeah? They were not financially literate. People were not financially literate. Therefore, I urge for the people to be financially literate, and also financial literacy programs must continue and should always be emphasized from time to time, because it is very important not only for the individual but for the nation as well. Okay, thank you, and go back to you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you, Ida. I like your findings, and then I read between the lines of your findings that, yeah, the first thing is, of course, for those, especially the gig economies, they earn on daily basis, that out of the lockdown, they have no income. And then, of course, for these group of people, it's very important. And then I do read in between that you mentioned about this, those people, they are having loans. They're having loans. I will come back to you on the second question, addressing particularly on the credits, especially for the group of the community in Malaysia. Okay, thank you. I love the finding. Yep. Okay, now we come to the third question. We'd like to invite Ms. Amisha, our finding chairman for MyLIFE. As someone has been in Malaysia financial media industry since 1998, and also someone pioneering, also succeeded the digital media transformation. Okay, Amy, what do you see the financial literacy level of youth, and how do you think is the best way to elevate their financial literacy?
Yes, thank you so much, Jason. So it's really a wonderful forum whereby I able to meet up with so many wonderful speakers. Are you able to hear my voice clear? Because I saw myself like stuck.
Your voice is very sweet and loud.
Okay, okay, thank you. So now I'm trying to show my screen. So basically, I try to also present it in a short presentation because later on we will have some exciting sharing from our Dr. Sri Rama Chandra as well. So he has attended our today's session. He was very touched and moved by many of the sharing from our speakers, and I believe that he has something exciting to also initiate together with us. Okay, now coming back to the questions that Justin has asked about the youth. Okay, of course, from what we have observed and also we have done survey with 1,000 university students in the year of 2019, even before the pandemic, many of the students, university students or young people, they feel very stressful related to money issue because the low income for the university graduates as well as high living standard. So on this screen, you can see that MyLIFE financial literacy score is actually our mission. We wish that in the past 20 years, I was in this, we call it the Media Life, which is we have a platform of three Money Compass, Chiliwang, and Jingming Lichaya. That's why we are so close to all the financial information and knowledge. And then we have a mission, which is to become the financial gateway for all. So how are we able to achieve this mission? And what we're looking at things is we have to understand the problem and we have to plan and set the direction. And of course, next is to move ahead to look for the solutions and execution at the end of the day, the evaluation on all the initiatives that we do. So the same things like today, we are here, so many speakers. I believe they are all the very intellectual academician, researcher. They have come to make us understand the issue, the scenario, and what is happening during the time of pandemic, even before the time of pandemic. And from all the sharing, we have actually come to understand financial literacy is so crucial, for everyone. And for now, maybe in short, I would like to say that young people, okay, they really need financial literacy. So yeah, this is my. Did you ask the questions of how the solutions, right? Or you just
Yes.
ask?
That's the best way to elevate their financial
Okay.
literacy.
Yes, the best way to elevate, in short, I would like to share one interesting solutions which we have provided. Okay, sometimes we talk about problems, but we must come up solutions, right? So the solutions is we have actually delivered a very interesting signature program called You Learn Money. Maybe it sounds like a bit commercial in this session to share with everyone, but under Money Compass You Learn Money, we have actually taken action to develop some program which is very suitable for the young people. You see, you look at the program, talks about their financial training topics, scenario, their dream, goal setting direction. You will understand what is money and value. And even the second level, it talks about the saving habits, budgeting, debts, and all that. And third level, we actually talk about their mindset, talking about the money scam, the challenges they are facing. Even when they are graduate, they are preparing themselves to buy a car, a house, and also to handle their credit card debts, even their loans. All these are very practical. Because we talk about all the numbers, statistics, challenges, but we also, talk about the solution. These are the solutions that we actually wanted to help the young people, and also many courses and certificate, which is actually recognized by Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi. Okay, so something really very interesting. Okay, so I think basically that's the part I'd like to highlight now. Okay, so I'll come back to you, Jason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. We asked one question and then Amy come out with a package for us. Thank you.
Because I'm giving the solution. I think your question is asking me how to help the young people, right? So I just share the practical solutions with everyone. Yes, thank you.
Of course, you cover financial literacy, you cover financial behavior in the You Learn Money, of course, as well as to achieve the financial well-being that Dr. Shuhaida just mentioned just now, that the point that I jot down. Thank you very much. I believe it's a journey. Financial literacy is not that we learn one lesson, we attended one program today, and then we become well versed about how to manage our finance. It's a journey. Then from time to time we learn from the different stage of life, as well as from the different financial tools and so on. Okay, then the next question I'd like to come back to Mr. Ao. Just now mentioned about diversification. Okay, so Mr. Ao.
Yes.
The second question to you: How do you think about the financial literacy level among the community in Myanmar? You're from Myanmar, and what is your advice on the saving and investment for short or long term for overall community over the region?
Okay, thank you very much. So let me share my screen again. Okay, my answer to your question is not only for Myanmar, but also for all the ASEAN countries. Because in my personal opinion, most of the Asian countries are used to the idea of saving up for the future, right? So doesn't matter whether we know like financial literacy or not, but most of the Asians will try one way or another to save for the future. But the question is that, okay, saving for the future is one thing, but are we really, or do we really know what we are doing? That's the question. Because saving and investment are two different things, like one of the earlier speakers mentioned. So, because you see, sometimes, yes, people save, but even after saving, they end up being poorer, not richer. So why? That's the question, right? So,
inflation.
Going back to the basics, okay. One thing that I would like to highlight is that whether you are saving or whether you are investing, one thing that you need to be careful, one more thing that you need to be careful is the foreign exchange rates, forex rates. Why? Because nowadays, most of the markets are interrelated. So it's not like we are living in an isolated island, right? So all the markets, financial markets, all the global markets are interrelated. So in this connected community, when you are saving or when you're investing, yes, you get your returns, but you get your returns in your local currency. So when you translate that local currency into foreign currency, if there are fluctuations, okay, if the foreign currency exchange rates are highly volatile, then in fact, you might be making a loss, not a profit. So what I want to tell everyone is that, okay, during the COVID and even after the COVID recovery, most of the Asian countries will be facing a level of volatility in terms of foreign exchange rates. So as an average investor who is not a financial expert, you have to be careful. You have to follow the news of what the foreign exchange rates are going to be in your country in the next maybe 1 or 2 years. Because you have to pay close attention to the US federal rates also. Because, I mean, most of the markets, they have to, whether you like it or not, you have to follow the hard currencies, right? So that's one area that you need to be careful. Another one that I would like to share is liquidity. Yes, earlier I mentioned diversity. You see, like investing in property, investing in gold, investing in stocks, yes, you have to diversify. But when you are diversifying, you have to make sure that you have enough liquidity in the short term. Why? Because COVID is a very unpredictable, right? So sometimes you might need emergency cash in your hands. So if all your investments or if all your savings are for the long term, then yes, you have the money. You are rich, but you don't have the money. So you don't have the cash, right? So you don't want to end up in a situation where yes, technically you are rich, but you don't have money in your hands. So when you are investing, when you are saving, please keep track of liquidity and try to figure out what's your cash requirements in the near future, in the midterm, or maybe in the long term. So that way you can plan okay, for the short term, okay, this is my investment and this is my liquidity level. For the medium term and for the long term, etc. Okay. So to wrap up, yes, other than the two topics that I mentioned earlier, you have to be careful about your liquidity and your foreign exchange rates also. Thank you very much, Jason.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ao. Okay, I agree. I can't agree more about your liquidity. That I myself, I stress on, someone could be rich with the net worth, with the value of net worth, but the net worth is not liquid enough. Then ultimately, this person may have the so-called market rate net worth that may not meet the actual net worth of this person. So I do stress on the positive liquid net worth instead of just finding the net worth of an individual. So the positive liquid net worth, like you mentioned just now, the liquidity of that individual can really that make that particular person really sounds okay having that particular asset. Thank you very much. And okay, so now I come back to Dr. Wan. Okay, just now we mentioned about youth, and then now, okay, as we can see, a lot of young adults enter into credit to upskill their personal economy, or I call it, they fake their personal spending power at the moment because they are borrowing from the future to spend now, right? So, what would be the possible advice from you, as the expert, okay, to especially address to the young adults, and why are those advice are so important for them?
Okay, thank you for the question, Jason. I would like to share my screen. Okay, so it's regarding the fake famous lifestyle, is it?
I call it fake personal economy because they didn't really spend on their own actual money. They just borrow their possible earning.
Yes. Okay. To begin with, every generation it has its own struggle. Yeah? The young adults today, they are living in a very challenging world where the world technology is very booming, yeah? With the social media and everything. And one of the challenges that concerns the today's young adult is the social media. They have grown up with social media as part of the fabric of their everyday lives. They are the digital natives people. Okay? They are influenced by social media. They want to look good in social media. Therefore, some of them they fall into credit trap to fake their lifestyle. Overspending because of social media may be foolish, yeah? But a massive number of people they fall into this trap. But whether we love social media or we hate social media, it is here to stay with us. Do people really spend more because of the social media? Based on the study, it shows that social media is a common motivation to spend money, particularly among the younger generation. And another challenge will be in terms of virtual peer pressure. They don't see this peer in person, but they see them virtually with the lifestyle and everything. Yeah? And social media coupled with this peer pressure will definitely troublesome to most of the young adults. And also the rise of social media influencers, yeah, from the fashion, from the travel, and also lifestyle and house decoration and mommy influencers, TikTokers and YouTubers. These are also these social media influencers. They are very, very influential and they are so appealing, and especially to the young adults. And also the businesses to continue their business, they introduce this what do you call it, facility, a credit facility, yeah, rebranding the debt. By now, pay later credit facility. And most of the young people, because they want to enjoy their life right while they are young, so indirectly they will fall into a credit trap, yeah, as they fail to manage their finance properly. And also social media and also the world that we are living at the moment is very attractive, exciting and influential. Yeah? And the way the businesses advertise their product and services, it will create the impulse buying among the young adults especially. The impulse buying is the sudden, unplanned and strong emotional purchase which they don't really need the product and services at the first place. And because of this situation, so the bankruptcy among young Malaysians is increasing, especially in terms of the credit card and also personal loans. Okay? And according to the insolvency statistics, it reported that 25.3% young people aged 25 to 34 years old are the second largest group to be declared bankrupt. So it is very alarming statistic, and we should all pay attention to it. Okay, and coming back to the question, how to advise? So it is not really an advice; it is a sharing. Because I was one young as well. And I would like to say that we need to spend within our means. It means that we need to live within our threshold. We need to spend less than what we earn. Actually, there is nothing wrong with spending your money, but it is better to have or to manage your money properly before you spend, so that you do not get into a reckless spending decision that will be a problem to you later on. And secondly is to increase financial knowledge. Financial knowledge, it means financial awareness, financial understanding about the financial concept and procedures, as well as the understanding of how to solve financial problems. And how to have financial knowledge. To have the financial knowledge, we have to learn about cash flow. We have to learn about credit risk and also credit management and also risk management. And with the technology that we have at the moment, we have lots of tools that can help us in managing our money. We can download the financial management tools. We need to familiarize yourself with how to keep track on our spending, and many others. And also the third one is to have a good financial behavior. We need to be very careful when we budget. We need to be very extra cautious when it involves saving as well as investment for our future life, for our retirement life. And also we need to start practicing prudent and wise spending behavior. It's very difficult, especially in today's world where entertainment is everything, where social media is everything. And if you are trapped in the financial credit or financial problems, so I would suggest for you to go and seek for financial help. In Malaysia, the financial help or financial problem is not being discussed a lot as compared to mental health. Mental health is gaining acceptance from many people, and it's being discussed quite a lot. But financial problem is not being discussed quite a lot in our community. So if you are into financial trouble, I would suggest you to go and seek for financial help. In Malaysia, we have AKPK agency that can help you to restructure your finance and also to regain control of your life and also to manage your debts. And last but not least is to live your life for you, not to please expectations. So we need to see our capabilities actually. I would also like to add another important point is that family institution. Family institution is very important because the young, they learn a lot from their family. They learn from example and they also learn from experience of their family. Therefore, I would like to suggest or advise the parents to get your kids to involve with how to manage the money at their very young age. Teach them young about money management. Why these advice are very crucial to me? Because in 10 to 20 years down the road, these young adults, they will become leaders. So they are very important, not only to the family, but also to the society and also to the nation's economy and nation's development. As it is very important to empower the young adults with the financial knowledge and skills to help build the capacity and of the poor to gain control, to become proactive, and to use information and resources to enhance the economy. Okay, thank you so much. Go back to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajita. This is a very enlightening sharings that open up our mind, especially the statements that I can't agree more on the spending within your means, which I think Dr. Loh also mentioned about that. If we want to spend more, then we try to be innovative and be more productive and earn more. And then we need to control how much we are going to spend and differentiate about the wants and needs. Okay, thank you very much. Now we have the last question. I'll come back to Miss Emmy. Okay, Emmy. Okay, from the latest statistics, of course, this morning, this afternoon, Dr. Sarawana mentioned about the statistic of EPF as well. From the latest statistics on the 27th September 2021, on the release, EPF stated that more than half of the EPF holders have less than 10,000 saving in the account. This statistics is really alarming, and this issue is not limited to Malaysia only, but over the region. I believe for the retirement fund, what is your advice for the account holders to close the gaps towards their retirement goal?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jason, for this very important question. Actually, it's sad to actually discover the news and this number, because it's really very, very serious. For the whole country, if half of the population, their retirement saving is less than 10,000, but it probably have spread all the ages. Like it could be people who are still young, if less than 10,000, maybe it's still understood because they are very heavy spender. But if for those of them who are more senior, if they're less than 10,000, then it's very, very serious. So we really need to close the gap and work something on it. So as I mentioned, the reason why we actually founded this MyLIFE Financial Literacy for All, we are looking at how are we come together for a collaboration with education institutions and also the financial industry who are doing the implementation, also promoting financial products, because we need financial products in order to do a good financial planning. And of course, it will be very important that we need a good policy maker, regulator will come together in this important collaboration that to make the people on the street and also make the nation understand how important is financial literacy for all. So when we founded in the 2019, we believe that because financial literacy level is very low and the problems is very crucial, especially for laymen. Sometimes people who are highly educated, they are exposed to knowledge, they are exposed to education, and exposed to all the skills, and then they know how to solve problems. But how about for those people who are laymen, who are still very innocent? So my suggestion is to understand and then later on to plan into different category and problem. So you can see average lifespan of is 75 years. That means we have to plan different ages. They need to look at the different problems. So let's say we take an example. This elderly, 55 years old, needs 228,000 for the rest of 20 years, so that he can have sufficient money to spend. There will be $950 a month for expenses till you are 75. So finance your basic retirement needs. So let me show you a simple chart, because you have to draw a diagram to make people understand the simple concept. Then they will make them alert, how to do their retirement planning. So you see, because we are not start from old, sometimes we start from young. Let's say, because I'm trying to sketch it, and actually I lost my file, the one that I developed today, so I in this. So 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, 60 years old, and 50 years old. So what is this X and Y? So, okay, you see, we just need to educate our people that actually financial planning is debit over credit, which is income versus spending or saving versus spending. If we have a consistent income more than our spending, okay, so when we divide, the number will be 2 or more. If let's say 1 versus 1, which is 1, that means cukup makan only. So let's say you have 1,000, you spend 1,000, so 1. That means you just save. But if you have 2 income, but the spending is 1, that means you have saving, because there's excess of 1. If you have the saving accumulated more, then you have more saving versus the spend. So this is a very important ratio. And when this ratio, when it generate, is in this manner. Okay. So either this ratio is growing positively or it is going down. One was that means your debit versus your credit. I do not know whether everyone can catch my idea. Actually, is you have to educate all levels of people to understand their inflow of money have to be more than their outflow of money, and they need to have saving, versus their. So, and then at the end of the day, they can save for their retirement. So it's very important that we, of course, this is only a simple concept. We have to make people understand that they to practice important of saving and also passive income. If they continue to have passive income, so the upper part is divided by the lower part of this, Can see this, can you see this 1 versus 1, 2 versus 1, and 3 versus 1? This part. If you are always at the 1 versus 1, that means this person financial habits, they are always just at just cukup makan. But if they are growing, then they are 2 versus 1. But why is it falling down? Because over the time, they lesser income, or maybe they actually encounter a loss in investment. So when when their age gradually growing old, they lost, the savings, their income, at the end, they can't survive. So when they can't survive, they will go back to 1 versus 1, or even worse, it will be 1 versus 2. That means not enough. No, so they have to look for surviving. So my opinion is we need to educate people from all levels of life, whether they are young or their household or they are, even like investor, sometimes they take risk, even businessmen. So financial literacy for all. Okay. So retirement to start to close the gap is to understand debit versus credit, income versus expenses, and also saving versus expenses. They always practice this, then they will solve the problem. Thank you, Jason. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. I believe you have prepared a lot and I would like to share more. And you as the organizing chairman, and you understand now we have the time constraint. I know you are trying to shorten your presentation. We do get your point about the debit, credits, and of course the income and spending. This is a very fundamental for each and everyone of all level that we need to understand. Okay, in order for us to conclude this panel forum session, I would like to invite again each and every of our speakers, panel speaker, 3 of our panel speaker, to give one statement, one sentence to close our this forum, panel forum. Okay, first I would like to invite again far from the Myanmar, Mr. Ao. What is your one statement, advice or conclusion for all our audience who stay until to the end until now? Yep.
Okay, so in the simple English, like I always say, I try to avoid technical or academic jargons. Okay, so in simple English, what I want to tell our investors is that you need to know your requirements. Okay, so you need to know your requirements. So that's the basic key. Because if you don't know your requirements, then you will not be able to make your right decisions. So you have to plan what you require now and what you require in the future. And you have to be prepared and you have to be disciplined in order to fulfill your whatever financial goals based on your requirements. So that's in one simple sentence. Know your requirements.
This is very good. This is very good. Like we know our goal, then we know how to head towards to our goal, how to take the first step. Thank you. Okay, next we'd like to invite Dr. Rashida. Doctor, you forgot to unmute your mic.
Sorry. Okay, I would like to echo Jason's point that financial literacy is a journey and it needs to continue forever. And also, this pandemic has opened up our eyes and about how important financial literacy is. and hopefully it will become an important issue to everyone, especially.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the pandemic also opened my eyes. Seriously, yes. Thank you, Dr. Rashida. Okay, next you'd like to invite our founding chairperson, Miss Amy
Yes,
Shaw.
Jason, thank you. So first of all, I want to take this opportunity also to thank all the fantastic and wonderful speakers who have been delivering a very, very strong content and talking about problems and all this, the challenges that we are facing. And of course, what we have learned, what we have learned that we have to come into looking at the statistics, looking at the problems, looking at the issue, and we also have to come to a plan. What is next? What we have learned and what is next? Action to be taken, and what kind of collaboration we need to invite, so that we can come together and provide the solutions. So, in fact, for our do you mind at this very moment, I would like to invite Datuk Sri Ramachandran to say something, and then I'll pass back to you. Is it okay? Yeah, Datuk Sri, can I invite you to say something? Yes. Can unmute your mic, please?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. This forum is fantastic, and I'm so impressed with the kind of presentation made by our Malaysian professors and Asian professors. Very impressive. One of the important points that is in my mind for many years. Financial literacy starts from the parents. The moment the child is born, it starts there. That's what it is. So, moving forward with this forum, I like the Brunei model. We've already started teaching their kids at the secondary school or primary school. This is my experience when I had kids. And their standard one, I gave them the 555 book. Their tuition fees, everything was given to them. They have to write how much money they receive. They have to write how much they spend. This is very basic. And today, I'm very impressed. I have 3 kids in 3 different sectors of the economy. One guy is a CFA, did his actual science and LSE. He manages funds. It's an equity of a large unit-class company. Another one is the UK certified chartered accountant. The third one is a doctor. Every one of them was geared to look at different sector of economy when global education is provided. Now, I would always love to do this, and I hope we should come together to provide, just like what I've done, capital market master plan for countries like Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Zambia. So I would want to do this together with all of us. Something like a financial literacy master plan. Start from 5, 10, 15 years. Now this master plan will encompass education at every level, will encompass investment, will encompass a subject that would be implemented as mandatory. Now I feel so impressed with Malaysia because we start this AKPK. The government is trying very hard to save people. This is a troubleshooting thing. It's like bomba. People are in trouble. They try very hard to re-engineer the tech. But well, that's fine. But let's go a bit deeper for a long term. For my children, my grandchildren, great-grandchildren, right? 30, 40, 50 years. We should incorporate this as part of the economic development program. If the country is wealthy, the people has to be a higher level of financial literacy. Then the country does not need to babysit. What we have in the sovereign funds, state plan, 1952, the employees provident fund. But the world today is different. Back then, investment was limited to the government of the day. Today, with just a handful, you can read everything you want within seconds. So I think it's about time we should sit together I can initiate this to draw a master plan with our own government people. So this model will be a PPP model, a public and private partnership program. You can't leave everything to the government. The private sector has to come together. Many things we can do together for the benefit of not just Malaysia, but all of us. Let's put our mind together, our strength and weakness together. Let's sit down and draw a white paper. It won't be difficult. I've done this before. We can do it. And then we take it to our individual government. I'm sure they're going to be happy to listen to the private sector too. So this could be initiated by anyone, like even MyLIFE could lead. It will be a fantastic universities with us. So much of professional knowledge can be poured in. Good master plan can be reviewed as we go on. Every country will later then implement this as part of the economic development. This is what I love to do, and I hope every one of us can come together. This is a fantastic forum. We reached out to all of us here in Asia, and I hope we start something. So maybe the next, Emmy can take this, and you
Thank
can.
you so much, Dato'. Yeah, thank you so much for your wonderful sharing and also some inspiration to us.
Yeah.
So I believe
that's
that.
it. I just want to share this, and I hope this is a dream. I hope
Thank you.
all of it
It's,
come true. Thank
yeah,
you.
it's a wonderful idea. And in fact, the government actually they have a very good national financial literacy strategy. And of course, Dato' Sri have also proposed a very interesting master plan. We believe that we can also looking forward to come together to collaborate with the policymaker, with the financial institution, with the education institution. All people come together as like you mentioned the PPP, people coming together. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dato'.
PPP is public and private partnership. That's always the
Public and
development
yes,
model.
yes. Thank you so much, Dato'. So I looking forward to. I think I pass the time back to our moderator because I think time is running out. Thank you so much, Dato'. Thank you. Sorry, Jason, I steal your time. I give it back to you.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks, Dato'. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sri, for the unselfishly sharing. Okay, now, that's end of our panel session, and then I would like to hand over to our energetic MC, Mr. Adi Effendi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jason Quay, for your amazing moderation of this session. Thank you also to our outstanding panelists, Mr. Aung Kiao U, Dr. Wan Rashida Wan Nawang, and Ms. Amy Siok for your very insightful sharing. Thank you also to Dato' Sri S. Ramachandran for sharing your thoughts with us here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close, let us get to know a little bit about MyLIFE. Let's take a look at a special flashback video of MyLIFE events.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot in the days of old lang syne? Far old lang syne, my dear, far old lang syne. We'll drink a cup of kindness, yeah, for the sake of old lang syne. And surely you will buy a cup, and surely I'll buy mine. We'll take a cup of kindness, yeah, for the sake of old lang syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot in the days of old lang syne?
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The Malaysian literacy in financial education on MyLife's journey. It has been an fantastic, and we hope that MyLife will carry on to be at the forefront of financial literacy in Malaysia for many, many years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end the forum, I would like to invite Mr. Steve Yeo, the founding advisor of MyLife Association, to deliver his closing remarks.
Thank you, Adri. What can I say? I just would like to take this opportunity to thank all our VIPs, key speakers, guests, and wonderful participants for supporting and taking part in this online forum. Financial Literacy ASEAN Forum 2021. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all the key speakers for kindly spending their time to share their value experiences and meaningful thoughts with us today. Throughout the 3 years as the founding advisor of the Malaysian Literacy in Financial Education Association, or MyLife, I've been personally amazed and touched by the efforts done by the members, such as organizing various events, activities, in order to attain the mission and vision of MyLife. I found that, excuse me, MyLife members are consistently all for putting initiative to build a better nation and region, hopefully, in elevating financial literacy to Malaysians and beyond. MyLife never stops its initiative since the 11th of April, 2019. And this is the first day that MyLife members discuss together to share ideas and form this association. Among the members, we have certified financial planners, we have doctors, we got accountants, we got lawyers, we got lecturers, and we have the media in support, of course, because we need to generate the awareness and reach out. We strive very hard to connect and collaborate with the policymakers, the related association, financial institutions, higher learning institutions to work together with one ultimate goal, that is financial literacy for all. Moreover, we also would like to expand our vision to ASEAN community. I believe there will be so much meaningful actions that we can do together in fostering the importance of financial literacy amongst the ASEAN region. Thus, I would like to invite all our friends here, be it Malaysians or ASEAN participants. We would like you to join us and be part of MyLife community, as well as MyLife ASEAN Network. In the initiative, as in MANI, money, to sow the seeds of financial literacy amongst the nations together. Lastly, again, thank you everyone for taking part in today's online forum. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in the big family of MyLife, in hopes that we can make the world a better place to nurture the financial well-being of the society by elevating financial literacy. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Teo. Very, very inspiring indeed. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, as another reminder for those of you who are interested in joining the MyLife membership, as Mr. Stephen Teo has mentioned earlier, please click the link or scan the QR code shown in the slide. That's the QR code over there. You can take out your phone and just take a snap of it, or you may also refer to the chat box, where we will put the link in the chat box momentarily. Yeah, we just click on the link there and you can get the MyLife membership application form. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of the forum, but before that, I would like to welcome everyone to visit the MyLIFE Association platform at mylifeassociation.org. The website is there on the screen. I would like to also invite all of our guests today to like and follow the MyLIFE Facebook page at facebook.com/MyLifeAssociation. Also, the link there on the screen. And we will also have the links on the chat box also for you for ease of, you can just click on it. No? So you can view all of the promotional contents, and that's also where you can get all the news and updates regarding the current and upcoming events under the MyLIFE Association. Now, on your screen right now is a very special event. I'd like to make an announcement that the Yayasan Prihatin Nasional, Malaysian Literacy in Finance Education, MyLIFE, Federation of Malaysia Business Association, FMBA, and Max Capital Management will be organizing one of the most anticipated awards ceremonies within the SME community, the My Malaysia Awards 2021, which is scheduled to be on November 25th, 2021, from 4 p.m. until 6:30 p.m. The venue of the award ceremony will be held at the Dewan Tun Abdul Razak Menara Kembar Bank Rakyat, which is located at KL Central, the Bank Rakyat building at KL Central. For those who are interested to participate, I would like to know more about the My Malaysia Awards 2021. Please visit the official website at smeefair.com.my/mymalaysia-award. I would like to also welcome everyone to visit the SME eFair 2021 platform at smeefair.com.my, so you can register and become a participant of our upcoming virtual events. This is this year. Next year, we will also be organizing an international conference on financial sustainability, ICFS 2022, in the month of September of 2022. The conference is jointly organized by Multimedia University, MMU, and where we will be inviting all academicians, students, researchers. So you do not want to miss this. Please visit the MyLIFE website, again at mylifeassociation.org, for the participation link. Please also visit the websites and Facebook pages of all of our joint organizers, supporting institutions and supporting universities of this MyLIFE ASEAN Forum. So the links are all there. You can please go and support them and visit them as how they have supported our events as well. Do check out the chat section on Zoom and also on Facebook Live, where we will provide all the relevant links for your convenience. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our forum for today has come to an end. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express our humble gratitude and appreciation to everyone present today. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize for any technical difficulties throughout the event. It has been a pleasure to be with you today. Make sure you stay safe and stay healthy, and wish you all the great day ahead. My name is Adi Effendi, and I hope to see you all again on another event and webinars. Thank you so much. And I end today with Wabillahi Taufiq wal Hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.